We are recording.
Oh, we're waiting for Mr. Jones. Please.
So we're recording. Yep.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. Welcome, everyone. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'll go ahead and entertain a motion regarding the approval of the agenda for tonight.
I will move to approve the agenda as posted.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Going on to the mission statements. Mr. Jones, would you like to read the trustees' mission statement?
Lakeland Joint School District Board of Trustees is an elected body of community members committed to serving the honesty and integrity and nurturing a relationship of trust. We hear the voice of our constituents and represent their views of our district. We provide oversight of taxpayer funds through fiscal accountability. We govern through developing, upholding, and advancing policy for the purpose of forging an academic consensus. We create and empower well-rounded citizens while respecting parental authority. We promote individualism, nurture talents, encourage passions, and provide opportunities within the Lakeland Joint School District community.
Thank you. Randy, would you like to read the district's mission statement?
Lakeland Joint School District's daily mission is to maximize student learning and ensure every student is growing academically, socially, emotionally, and behaviorally every day in all environments.
Thank you. Now for any announcements, I'd just like to remind everyone that these board meetings are our business board meetings. They're held in public and they're not public board meetings. We're governed by Idaho Code, Title 33, Chapter 5, and we follow our district policies as well as IDAPA rules. The time for public input is provided for the public to express themselves to the board. It's not a time to engage with the board, nor is it a time for questions and answers. The board, in its discretion, may ask clarifying questions to ensure it understands the input provided. However, no discussion or conversations take place at this time. On that note, do we have any public input? Great, moving on. Moving on to student accolades, we have the Timberlake High School and Lakeland High School FFA and Voc Ag presentation. So if you all want to come forward. Down the rows to scoot.
Who's in charge of the slides?
Rachel, that's Timberlake's. We don't have signs.
They're gonna, Lakeland's gonna present first and then we'll present.
Good evening, my name is Cole Andrews. I'm a junior at the Lakeland High School, and this is my first year in the FFA program, and I'm currently serving as the Lakeland chapter president.
Hello everyone, I'm Rachel Zemzars, and this is my first year within the FFA program. I am currently serving as the secretary for 2022 year.
Hello, I'm Owen Fordman. This is my first year in the FFA program at Lakeland, and I'm serving as our treasurer.
Hello, my name is Lauren Pearson. I'm a freshman at Lakeland High. This is my first year in FFA, and I'm currently serving our chapter as sentinel.
My name is Maddie Andrews, and I'm a freshman at Lakeland High School, and this is my first year in FFA.
and we're super excited to be here today and to share our progress we've made this last semester since we founded our FFA chapter.
Can I ask you folks to come over this way? You're not able to be on video, so if you can just come
Just right
over by the green stand and just face us, that would be great.
This is the base.
Perfect.
Be on TV now.
Yay! Thank you.
So we are a brand new chapter, and Ms. Kelly's been working hard this fall, working with the State of Idaho, FFA, and National FFA to get our paperwork completed and submitted. We officially received our charter and chapter number on December 14th, 2021, and all students enrolled in the agricultural education classes have been added to our roster and are working hard to receive their first award in FFA, which is the Green Hand degree. We don't have the slideshow. So on October 4th, 2021, we attended the Basic Leadership Conference at NIC. We got the opportunity to work with 2 state representatives from the FFA and other CTE programs to better ourselves to lead our chapter.
October 30th, we hosted a Lakeland FFA trunk or treat in the Lakeland school parking lot. We had our members decorate their vehicles, dress up, and hand out candy to the community. We had members design and decorate a float for the Wrath and Light Parade, and we had our members come out and ride the float and also hand out candy to the community as well.
In January, we had 3 members of our FFA attend the Farm Bureau discussion meet at Timberlake High School. We did a great job discussing the issues and learned a lot and are excited for next year's competition.
On February 28th, we plan to attend the Gen State Conference with 9 of our members. And as of now, we seem to be going pretty well towards that goal. We will be learning about leadership skills as it pertains to the FFA there.
So currently we're getting a group of people together to judge livestock. It's a livestock judging team, which we're pretty excited for that. So once registration is complete next week, we're going to start practicing, and we're actually having some college people come in that are judging on the college level. So that's going to be pretty cool. Our first event will be April 6th down in Twin Falls. We're also currently putting together a trip down to Twin Falls for the state convention, the Idaho State Convention. And we're going to be doing leadership conferences. That's going to be our first livestock judging event. We're also going to be selecting the 2022-2023 Idaho State officers, and we're going to be signing our chapter for the Lakeland High School. So we're super excited for that.
That's great.
Thank you guys for having us today. It's a great experience, and we're looking forward to see what the Lakeland FFA chapter has for us in the future.
Great.
Thank you guys so much.
Thanks, you guys. And then we have flyers for you guys.
Oh, cool.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you very much for inviting us to speak tonight. I don't want to stand here and talk to you guys. We are very happy to be here. I'd first like to introduce Olivia Murphy-Sweet. We are so lucky to add her to our school this year, and she's teaching a variety of ag education classes. I'll let her talk about herself just here a bit.
Absolutely. Hi everybody, good evening. Again, my name is Olivia and I started this year and I am the agriculture welding, agriculture mechanics, and power systems and ornamental horticulture teacher at the high school. It's been really cool getting into the shop, recruiting some more students, and of course building our female base up as well, which has been super awesome to get all these new students into the shop. So if you ever come down and we're running like crazy, it's always just busy in the shop, putting out a lot of new projects, and of course the students have a lot of cool things to share about what they're up to as well. So thank you for having us.
So I'm going to turn this over to the students. They prepared a slideshow for you guys. It kind of talks about, we're in a little different position than Lakeland. We're so excited that Lakeland has a chapter. That is so cool. This is about, we're 3.5 years, which I can't believe we're 3.5 years. So they're going to talk about, I'm going to have them introduce themselves, let you know what they compete in, what year they are in school, and what they all are, most of them are officers.
Hi everyone, my name is Haven Chase. I am the current Timberlake FFA president. A couple events that I compete in ag mechanics, horse evaluation, prepared public speaking, and also Farm Bureau discussion meet.
Hi everybody, my name is Jackson Hayter. This is my 3rd year in FFA. I am the treasurer for our chapter. I compete in forestry, livestock judging, prepared public speaking, and that's it.
I'm Cooper Ross. I've been in FFA for 4 years now. I'm our chapter's vice president. I compete in just about everything that Duran makes me. But yeah.
Okay, my name's Callum. I'm the secretary at Timberlake. This is my 2nd year in FFA. I compete in forestry, agronomy, parliamentary procedure, extempore speaking, and a bunch of other events.
I'm Izzy Alpai. I am Timberlake's parliamentarian. I'm a junior at Timberlake High School, and I compete in livestock judging, prepared public speaking, job interview, dairy judging, and a lot of other events that is too long to explain.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Walker. I'm a senior at Timberlake. I'm just part of the FFA group. I'm not actually an officer. I've competed in ag sales, discussion meet, employment skills, and I'm going to be competing in agronomy, polypro, and floriculture.
Hi, I'm Gracie Hayter. I am the historian this year, and I compete in livestock judging, dairy judging, milk and quality products, and a bunch of others.
My name is Carlene Ross. I'm a sophomore at Timberlake Junior High, and I'm just a part of the leadership team. I compete in horse eval, livestock judging, dairy evaluation, milk quality products, and ag sales.
So today we will be going through some of the things that we've done this year and that we plan on doing throughout this year, and then like a look back into the last couple of years and how we've grown. So some of the classes that we have and we offer are ag sales and entrepreneurship, personal skills, ag leadership, livestock management, equine science, ag welding, ag mechanics, horticulture, introduction to livestock industry, and introduction to agriculture industry. And then from our first year in 2018, we had 15 members, and then this year we have 37 members, so you can see we've grown quite a bit.
Some of the future activities we're going to be doing is the FFA Career Development events, the Gem State Leadership Conference, which will be February 28th, some community services, Spirit Lake Senior Center, we do a lot for them, Community Appreciation Day, Farm to Table for the 5th graders, and Leadership Conference.
Alright, 2019, our CD competitions. Katie Bain placed 1st place for job interview. For a dairy eval, we placed 1st, our whole team. Our forestry team placed 1st as well. We placed 3rd in prepared public speaking, 3rd in agronomy as a team, 3rd as a livestock eval team, and then finally 3rd as an ag mechanics team.
Awesome.
For our FFA competition for 2020 and job interview, Katie Bain placed 3rd place. As a team forestry placed 5th place. As a team agronomy placed 4th place. We got top 10 as a team for livestock judging, top 10 again as a team for dairy judging, and then Haven Chase placed top 20 in horse judging.
So these are some of the events we did prior to this year. We did a County Farm Bureau Federation discussion meet. We had a first place and a second place member place. And then we have prepared public speaking. We had one of our members place second. A District Farm Bureau Federation discussion meet, we had Haven place third in that one. And then a District 1 FFA competitions, our individual awards, we had first place in Ag Sales, Presentations, and Job Interview B. And then a second place in Prepared Public Speaking B. And then our team awards were 3 second places in Green Hand, Agronomy, and Dairy Foods, and a 4th place in Forestry.
We also had State Collide Online National Agronomy Contest. We had a first place winner. And then for Stanley's Feed Forage Contest, they were asking us to create a new forage-based feed, and we won first and second. Idaho State FFA competition, top 10, we had an 8th place, 9th place, 6th place, and an 8th place. And then Idaho State FFA Awards, Haven Chase won Small Animal Production Proficiency Award.
So for national contests, Haven won a bronze for small animal care proficiency, and I got second place for beef judging at the Nile Livestock Judging Contest in Montana.
Wow.
So this was our open house for our FFA booth in the beginning of the year in September.
Alright, so this is what we call Cows Days. It is a very fun just day we get to go do at the University of Idaho. We participated in livestock and dairy judging, and our results were really good this year. We had a member place 3rd overall in dairy judging, and then Timberlake FFA placed 1st overall in livestock judging. And then we had top 10 placings in livestock judging, and those are all of our we had a 1st place, a 2nd place, a 5th place, a 9th place, and a 10th place overall. And there was a lot of people at that event, so we did really good this year.
Good job.
Alright, this is a picture from our Basic Leadership Conference on October 4th, 2021. I can't really say much about it, it was a lot of fun. Okay. After you comment.
Yeah, so this was the fall district competition on November 12th. This day we participated in extemp speaking, in what is that? Ag sales and green hand knowledge. And Team A got 4th place, and in the B team, Lindsay Walker got 1st place individually, and they got 1st place just as a whole in that group.
That's great. Want me to do this? Okay, so community service, we've been doing quite a lot of community service lately, which is a great thing for our club to do. We get to go spend time with the senior center, and in this picture we did a Christmas dinner with them, and we helped with their dinner. We got to talk with the seniors, and it was just a lot of fun that night. And we got to make a lot of cool memories, and got a lot of knowledge from them.
So it was mentioned earlier, we do a Farm Bureau discussion meet every year. It's a great opportunity for us to connect with the Farm Bureau. At our local up at Timberlake, Cooper Ross placed 1st and I placed 2nd. And then we went to the district level on February 3rd, so just a little bit ago. And then I actually went to the Idaho State Farm Bureau discussion meet. This was really cool because they had 2 different rounds, and the final round was in the state capitol. Pretty cool opportunity for FFA members, and I took 4th overall at that competition.
So we started doing something earlier. We appreciate somebody who's going above and beyond. So we typically have 2 FFA members of the month. We have a first half and a second half, and we just highlight whoever's doing well. Usually a new member, but not always.
So that was what we've done this year, so thank you guys for your time and for listening.
Yeah.
the forage-based feed that you guys did that you won?
So, Stanley's Feed asked one of our classes, it was last year's Intro to Livestock, and pretty much what they did was they gave us like a list of rules or like basic, what's the word?
It was a challenge.
Yeah, it was like a challenge thing, and you wanted to, like, you came up with a new feed for them, and then it was a bunch of different schools, so like our school had, I think, 5 or 6 teams, and they pretty much went through and judged them and picked which ones were the best feeds that were like made by the kids, and ours were first and second.
So what were the ingredients in your feed? What were they? Do you remember?
I don't, because I
She wasn't on the team. She wasn't the one on the team.
But we pretty much just went through and picked like we got to go on their website and onto different websites and see what was beneficial like per animal that we picked, and then we got to design a new feed bag and then pick what ingredients we thought were the best in that in for your feed, and then we sent it into them and then they judged it.
That's awesome.
And I believe first place team, each kid on the team got $400.
Yeah.
Yay. Wow, that's awesome. That's
and
great.
second got 300?
I think 266.
Or 266 apiece.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. I have one more question. Which communities do you interact with regarding your community service opportunities?
So we kind of go everywhere. Last year we put a community service day together at our high school. It was based out of the FFA chapter, but we opened it up to the entire school so everyone could participate. We went everywhere in Spirit Lake and Athol and did cleanup. This year we actually made a goal as an officer team to do some sort of community service each month, whether it's something little or something big. And so we try to do everything we can for our community because we're so thankful for everybody that has put the time and effort in to help us, especially you guys. So pretty much everyone.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That's great. So, in that statement, for your communities, is that Spirit Lake and Athol?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I just want to say, I'm in the Spirit Lake Chamber, and they specifically said, it was so wonderful to have you. You were so respectful and you uplifted all the seniors' hearts. They were like, we can't wait till you've already scheduled to come back again. So they were really grateful. The other thing I do want to remind the public is the FFA started, Jackie Duran has worked her bahookie off to get this started, and I'm happy that she's training somebody else. This was started by voters voting for the levy. So we really do owe gratitude and a thanks to our community, because this was on the levy to get it started, and that's how we got this started, and how then we got Lakeland to come now to add as well. So I do want to thank all of our community members who voted for the levy for this to continue. So thank you.
Takes great advocates. I heard she advocated with you for a couple of years.
She definitely
did. Well, thank you all.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you guys.
Thanks, guys. Good job. Thanks, Steven. Thank you, Mr. Everland. Great group. Thank you.
This is a dedicated group of adults. Yes. There's a lot. There's so much, and it's all, they don't get to make the rules. It's all outside of it.
Okay, moving on to subcommittee reports. We're going on to our report and presentation. Subcommittee reports for the Math Curricular Advisory Committee.
Following the students because it's like I need to do a dog and pony show now. Talking about our curricular advisory committee, we are on hopefully the last stretch. It's been really cool this last month. We've had 4 different observations. We have one more tomorrow. We've done 2 middle school and 1 elementary, and then we'll do another elementary tomorrow. Just really accommodating the parents that want to come in and just get in the classroom, see what the teachers are doing. Several of the parents that have participated, they're really interactive with the students. So we will, when this is all said and done, we will have had 4 days of observations. We're continuing to pull our qualitative piece. I'm starting to pull all of that data and kind of do a themed specific to the trends and what we're seeing. So I'll be compiling all of that and showing that to the team next week, I think. It's already that time.
Yep.
So again, that was our qualitative. This is the quantitative that we're compiling. One of the really cool things that when we did an observation, one of our parents requested, and it was a great idea to look at so they've been able to see kind of each of the programs, but really wanted to see the program specific to the same lesson. So just see like what the lesson piece, what was composed in each of those. So what was specific to maybe the teacher supplementing versus what the program offered. And so we asked several of the teachers, so a 1st grade and a 7th grade lesson, specific to the same standard, same content, and then so you can see each of the programs. So I've already shared it with those that were on, that were part of our observation committee, but I wanted to share it for all of you guys so you can look at it and kind of just get a scope of some of the programs and what each of them have and maybe what some of them are missing potentially.
We've, just a big shout out to the parents who have participated in this process because they've really asked some great questions. They've gotten to see not only, two teachers at the same grade level using the same teacher's edition in the program, and it still looks different in the classroom in the way that the teacher rolls it out. So they've been able to really get a really good sense of some of the latitude that teachers are able to take with the programs to make it fit their teaching style. So it's definitely an investment from them of their time into this process, but it's been really good.
I just want to bring us back, and I really practice, toggling back and forth with that, but it's not working now. So, that's always technology, so it is what it is. But we've met every month. December, we really started looking at the rubric and just what are our qualifiers and how are we making some of these decisions. In January, we brought the team together. It was really fun to have a lot of the parents kind of sitting with the teachers as they were filling it out, and we had some really great discussion. Our plan for February is we'll kind of bring all of the data, all the qualitative pieces, all the quantitative pieces, just really let them kind of sift through that, and then hopefully start gathering what our potential recommendation will be. We have talked to several parents and some of the teachers that we really want that presentation to the board to be all encompassing, so you're hearing from a lot of the people that participated in the committee. And then our hope is in March that we are going to come with a recommendation to the board, specific to K-5 and then 6th, 7th, and 8th. And again, you have access to, here's all of the pieces. If you want to be able to go in from a parent access piece, you can see everything. These are our programs again, and then you have access to our running agenda, so you can kind of just see from start to finish our process and what we've completed.
Questions? I have none, but thank you for all the work. Thank you. Thank you.
It's been really fun.
It has been.
Thank you.
Next we have staff reports, financial presentation from CFO Wallace.
Right.
Board Chair Thompson, members of the board, Dr. Meyer. We'll try to keep the finance report fairly short. For this month, we're reporting on January, and on the revenue side at the top, the one thing I guess I want to pay attention to, so you know, is that we did get effectively about our first half of property tax collections, which is, our supplemental levy is $9.5 million, and we collected, a little more than half, which is pretty typical this time of the year, and then the rest will get collected in the summer. So on the revenue side, that's looking good. Often, I haven't got any questions actually. A lot of times when the new tax statements come out, it's not unusual to get a few calls with patrons asking about their bill. I haven't got any yet, but I thought I'd give the board just a short update that our current rate per thousand last year, or last tax year, since it's a calendar year, it was $2 and for all of our levies, it was $2.72 per thousand. This year, the new rates have come out and it's gone down to $2.25 per thousand. So that's obviously because of the growth in overall property values and the new developments in our district. In addition, just so as a pure dollar amount for the board, that this year we're collecting about the same amount that we were the previous year. We increased our supplemental levy, but we decreased our bond levy collections, and that sort of offset that. Okay. Just if you had any questions. On the expenditure side, we are tracking fine about every month in the general fund now. Our expenditures are right a little over $3 million a month, and we're hitting that every month, so it's pretty consistent with salaries and benefits. If you look at our year-to-date comparing to previous years, we're at 47.38, and or maybe that's a 3.2, I can't tell, but the last year we were very similar, and we were at 48 the year before, so we're a lot of times school district budgets sort of are similar year to year, and this is no different now. We're sort of truing up to what we've done in the past. Our revenues, collections are still close to what they've been in previous. We'll get a February payment in February. That will be sort of the top of our cash flow, our fund balance for the year, and then it starts going down as we really don't get any revenues until the end of the year. If we look at just the expenditure charts by function, we're almost halfway into the year fiscally, and so the red line sort of shows that with our elementary and secondary program, and the facilities and administrative support, they are a little farther along the line because we start hitting those expenses a little bit earlier before September, June and August, but it's no surprise. And by object, again, I just like always showing this because if you look at the blue line on the top two salaries and benefits, you can see that they're the vast majority of our spending, which is on people, and that we're tracking fine in that regard, just like in previous years. And then the last, the enrollment report with attendance. We did go down just a few kids, minus 18 from the previous month, and that's not atypical. You do sometimes start losing kids this time of the year. But we're still maintaining at 4,692 is still a high number. Our attendance at 93.67% for the one-day comparison is close to historical averages. I mean, 95 was typical, so that's actually pretty good. I think the important thing about this number is that, for budget, the big number is how many kids that we have and we've paid. And since this year it's on enrollment and we based budget on attendance, that certainly is going to be a positive for us. Like I said last month, as far as our ending year, we're at the start of the year, I think we had more unknowns on what may happen with our budget, and with recent actions by the legislature and the governor, and the state board, it's been real positive, I think, for all districts across the state, and that we're definitely going to be fine and don't have some of those dark clouds, at least for this year right now. So that's good news, and I'm here for any questions.
I don't have questions on the information provided, but I'm just curious. I know I've brought it up several times in the past with our financial reports. Because we have more than just the general fund, is there a way, instead of just that one point of the year where we have the audit, that you present to the public on all of our funding, if we could start having a report on all of our funding accounts? Because when you submit the bills on the bills list, I know that not all of those bills are going against the general fund, they're going against other various accounts. And I just think we would be more prudent if we had a whole picture instead of just when we go through the audit and we're presented with that information in October. That's when the numbers look really different from what we're presenting to the public all year long, because all year long we're only presenting on the general fund.
I mean, you know, Chair Thompson, I guess it's at the pleasure of the board and the type of information you want to see at a board meeting. The intent of the finance report, usually for a school district, is to, I always thought the intent of this isn't necessarily to provide a full accounting of every fund every month for the public. I mean, we can certainly do that if we wanted to do that. I think that the biggest thing is to make sure that the board is aware that there's no surprises moving forward and how are we tracking as we thought we were for the year, I think is the important thing. The guy who trained me said the board should never be surprised, to the extent you can, that at the end of the year, suddenly, let's say, you're broke. That's not good.
No.
Because through the year, you should be sort of tracking, saying, oh man, our expenditures are higher than normal. Than a normal year, we could, and revenues won't meet it, we could be in trouble. Now, if we, some districts report on all funds. Some districts only, what we've done traditionally, so this is before Brian, focus just on the general fund. So I've sort of continued that tradition. If the board wants to change that, then we will try to provide the information that you want. Some, like just from the pure nuts and bolts, like I take information from the system and sort of put it in an Excel spreadsheet just to make it a little easier to look at. If we were going to report on all funds, I might have to change the format a little and maybe use some more canned reports just because of the timing. But I guess it's...
Well, would it be difficult to show a whole financial health of the district as opposed to just the health of the general fund?
Well, yeah, I wouldn't be doing it in, I guess what I was saying, in this particular format. I could show the board some canned reports of how Skyward sort of reports on all the funds. They look a little different, but a little easier to generate if I was reporting on 15 funds.
So we have 15 funds? Because I don't recall seeing 15 funds on the audit.
Well, I think we have several, yeah. I mean, I reported for my budget. I think I went over 8 or 9 of the major funds. Some really little ones I didn't that might have. Like for example, we get we have one small fund called the Federal Forest Fund, the Craig Wynand Bill Act.
Right.
It actually used to be pretty big. Now we get negligible dollars. This year we're going to get a little bit more than past. I haven't really reported on that because it's been small and I mean as far as a big presentation, but I certainly could. But I mean the major funds, food service, Title I, federal special education, capital projects, debt service, I've always had as part of the budget presentation, but we can certainly report on all the funds. I mean, it's just, I guess, what the board, if you guys have the conversation and what you're interested in looking for, we will do to make you guys, comfortable.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying that to do all that for just all the funds at the same amount of work would be sort of costly or a lot of time. So some of the system generator reports, which have the same information, they just look different, but may not be quite as user friendly when you look at it as a system. I could show you something we could provide.
Yeah, the reports are you saying they would look something similar to the reports you give us on all the activity accounts?
Correct.
Okay.
A little different, but yeah, I mean, yeah.
Obnoxious.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
those are not easy to read.
And they would be a little better than those because those are from the student activity account side of the software is more basic, I guess. And that's the ledger report that we're providing. So there are there's revenue and expenditure reports and there's balance sheet reports that I'm sort of combining all that into one. Because this has revenues, expenditures, and also doing a fund balance, which is really the balance sheet. So it's really coming from 2 different areas, right?
Okay.
Off the top of your head, Brian, what percentage of the total global revenue and expenditures does the general fund amount to?
I
mean, just throw a dart at it.
65, 80, maybe 70. I mean,
Oh, at least,
yeah, well, some of it is like, you know, we have the 1 million of the plant, you know, the debt service is, you know, $1 million this
Right.
year, so.
and those are the three majors.
Right, those are big. Title I is about 800,000 total for the year. Federal special ed's the same. This year we now have the ESSER funds, which is, you know, several. Food services.
That's an anomaly,
Yeah, food service fund is about 2 million, Ken? 1.5.
It's probably 1.2, 1.3 somewhere around.
Yeah, but, so I mean, when you start combining all of them, you know, the general fund is, you know, as we budget is 37 million. I think overall we're about 50. With some of those, as the bond fund comes off, it's will start going.
54 million, nearly 55 million is
Right.
the total with both, with everything included, yeah. Sorry for interrupting, but yeah, that's about what that is. With the other funds.
So as not to make a lot of work out of it, would you be able to pull just revenues in and expenditures out on each of the other funds and report it just as a one line for each of those?
I could, yeah, I mean, I could combine, I could combine all funds and just exclude the general funds, that have the general and then all others. We could maybe combine the general fund, all state categorical, all federal.
Yeah.
And then, you know, debt service and plant. I mean, those are the way that we sort of categorize. So when we categorize some of our funds, they sort of lump state categorical funds together, they lump federal programs together, and then your plant facility and your debt service are sort of separate.
Would that kind of suffice to approach it that way?
It may. It may. I struggle with the fact that we say one thing here, but then we go through the audit and it's a significantly larger number of, as far as what we have in contingency funds. There isn't a clear understanding of the monies that we have. Thank you for the building maintenance and all that stuff. So I just think it would be healthier to be able to have something to reflect back on, especially when people are asking questions.
Yeah.
So yes, it would be ideal if we could see what the balance is of the accounts, what expenditures we've had come out of those accounts, and where we sit, or what other incomes may have come in. Because I don't know the ebb and flow of the money for all the other accounts. So I don't know if there would be income throughout the year in some of the other funding accounts, but if we could just have that picture. I mean, it doesn't have to be anything elaborate, and I don't want, 500 pages, but just, these are the accounts, this is what we got in, this is what we expensed out, and here we are at the end of the day.
Madam Chair, may I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Can the board meet and discuss this, and we can come up with something we actually want?
Okay.
And then bring it back to CFO Wallace.
Okay.
And then we can limit the discussion here, and
Sure, we can
once
do
we
that in
figure out
discussion.
what we want, then,
Okay.
whether it's a workshop or another meeting or what have you.
Or just direction.
That would be, yeah, that would be my
Direction, yeah,
suggestion,
good.
so.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, yeah, we could,
Perfect.
definitely give you some options on what might work best.
Okay, great.
I have a
Thank you.
question.
Sure.
So, those are all of our accounts in one presentation, right?
No,
No?
That's just the general
that's
fund.
general
It's just
fund.
general.
The general fund. which
Okay,
is-
so in our policies, it says that extracurricular activity funds should be presented to the board every month.
Correct, and so that is in your packet.
Yeah, it is. It's
It's those last pages.
It's those last
They have the
pages.
blue header on them.
Yeah.
That's all of
I'm just
that,
wondering.
that's what that is.
Okay.
Yeah, but,
Okay.
yeah, good question.
Thanks.
That's page 5 through 32.
And then each school has its own.
Okay.
Okay. Any further questions for CFO Wallace on the presentation?
I have
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, next we have the safety presentation.
company?
Yeah, if you X out of his, it's the next one over.
Oh, thank you.
In order, just.
I
Hit
no,
no, hit
I
slideshow.
Oh, sorry, I'm not sharing. Oh, it's been a day. Good evening. I have my new last name on there.
I was gonna say, is this official now, so we should be addressing you
No, I
as
was like,
such
it's-
appropriately?
Well, Becky actually called me, Miss Arnold, the other day, and I completely ignored her. I was like, Mrs. Yeah, that she was talking to me. Like, what? Yes, so it's going to take some getting used to, but I do have my new social security card and driver's license, so I'm working with our HR department to get my name changed over. Okay, we actually have quite a few updates for you this month. The one that I'm most excited about is we have under, if you go to the district website under district, the last link is safety information. And so we have our own page now. And we will have some information that will remain constant, so the team members are on there so that the community can see how the community is represented. And we have a lot of community members on that team. The link to CTEL Now, which is it's a tip line that the State Department kind of started and the state runs. We had probably maybe the first or second year that Dr. Meyer was here, our counselors had talked about starting our own tip line because we were having such a rash of suicides within our district, and we were really concerned. But when you have a tip line, there's an expectation that it's manned 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and we couldn't commit to that, but the state has. So we are members of this. So if anybody in our community sends a tip to the state, if it's if somebody's in imminent danger, the state immediately goes to law enforcement. If it's just somebody sharing that they're not feeling safe somewhere, but not imminent danger, then that comes to myself and the building principal, and then we work with that student to resolve that situation. So the link there will be always on our website. And then I took the reunification plan and pulled out the information that was pertinent to parents so that parents could understand if we ever had to evacuate one of our schools for any myriad of reasons and we are going off-site to reunify, these are the steps that we go through, and this is how we will notify you, this is what you have to bring, this is how the dual gate system works. So that information is there for parents to look at. So those will always be on the website. But then we also wanted it not to be static where nobody ever goes to it because the information doesn't change. So we will also have monthly information with safety updates or just information for parents. So on the website right now is the flyer for our irreplaceable night that we're having on February 17th that our counselors are kind of taking the lead on. And then we also have, because it's winter time, there's some parent tips about carbon monoxide poisoning. And then also because digital citizenship and screen time and some of those things are always at the forefront. So some family safety around being safe while online. Those are on there this month for parents. So we're excited about that, and Dane has made that really easy. I just send him a Google Doc with the links to the sites that we want to highlight, and he works his magic and makes it all show up. So, any questions about the website? Okay. I just wanted to share with the board that we had some parent feedback regarding our protocol is if I'm a parent and I would like my daughter Kaylin to ride a different bus home with a friend, our protocol is that I call transportation and I let them know that instead of riding Route 32 home, she's going to ride Route 41 home with her friend Michaela. We got feedback from a couple of parents that they just said, you know, we appreciate how willing they are to help, but anybody could call and say, I'm Lisa and I would like my daughter Kaylin to ride a different bus. can we look at a protocol to verify that when I call that you're actually talking to me? So we, as a district safety team, met and talked about that. And the easiest way to do that, because somebody said, well, we can have parents have a password, but that would be a lot of passwords to be looking for, right? So what we decided was that we would hang up and then we would call the parent back using the parent phone number in our Skyward system and just say, we got a phone call asking that we change your daughter's route home, just verifying that you actually were the person who called. At the building level, they can, on our phone system, it will show us the number that's calling in, and our admin assistants could very easily just open their Skyward and verify that the numbers match. So we took that feedback, and then I brought the information to the admin team, and we kind of worked through. So we have systems in place to make sure that we're verifying changes for kids. But I just wanted you to know that that was really appreciated, the feedback from the parents. So we have another professional development opportunity that's being offered at NIC at NIC. It's free, and it's that CRACE that we had talked about that Kootenai County's going to run for our staff. So I'm really asking our armed guards to participate in that so that they can have a higher level knowledge of the program so that they can help lead that training. And then I also made sure that our administrators on our team were aware of it, so if they wanted to participate, they could as the leaders in the building, just to have a little bit more understanding of that professional development that we will be bringing to the teachers. So that's coming. And then just kind of a mid-year update for you on kind of the happenings around our district. Puts a lot of taxpayer dollars into making sure our schools are safe, and so just a quick little report on what that money's doing for us, I guess. We have definitely elevated the level of our emergency drills with some intentionality around real life type situations that could happen. And the biggest aha for us as we've been doing this is that teachers are not really comfortable being the ones to call for a lockdown. Like, they just really want the principal to do it. Well, in a real situation, that's not how it's going to happen. So we've run scenarios where, okay, you see somebody outside, you call the lockdown, and even when they're told to do it, once it starts, they're hesitant to dial in the code. It's not intuitive for them. So we've worked on that. Mike Hogan, who is kind of my right hand, our armed guard at Apple Elementary. Kathy is kind enough to share him with me. He has taken it upon himself, and he's just reached out to our transportation department and has done a couple of safety trainings with our bus drivers on how to deal with unruly parents at bus stops and different safety type situations that come up. He's just so good, and it's nice to have the police mind and the police eyes looking at things just in a different way than what we would look. Deputy Clausen, great addition to our team. That has been amazing. And then we are planning on posting an opening for one additional armed guard this spring, so that Deputy Clausen isn't split. It's really important that we have pretty consistent coverage at our county schools, because the response time to those schools is so much greater than it is within our cities, where our local PDs can get there within 2 minutes. So that's that would be our goal from the.
And just for the public or people listening, when she says posting this spring, that means to start next fall. It's just for new board members, it's a very long process. So posting this spring means that it would not be starting until next school year.
Right, planning for the fall. Yeah. But they do have to go, just so for Mr. Jones and Mr. Quimby, once they go through a very extensive interview process, they actually have to submit to a polygraph test and have to pass that. They have to pass a psychological evaluation, a medical evaluation. They have to qualify on the firing range with law enforcement, so it's pretty extensive. We basically run the interview process and the testing in the same way that law enforcement does, so that we're making sure we are getting the right person. And that is the end of the update for this year. Any questions overall about safety?
I don't have questions about safety in particular, and I really appreciate the updates you've been sharing with us. But I do have, I don't know if it's better for you or Dr. Meyer to address the irreplaceable parent night at K-Tech that's on the safety page for Lakeland.
Mm-hmm. On February 17th.
Yeah. Do you want to address that, or should we?
Sure.
Okay. So can you tell me a little bit about that and the irreplaceable?
Maybe I'll let Dr.
I'll do that. We have Irreplaceable was a docu-series that we did. There was a student session, series, there was a parent series. The parent series ends up being 9 minutes, just one little chunk. And the filming crew a couple of years ago came and did a professional filming crew. They got parent permission. It was started with the prior board several years ago. And they did filming, and the intent of through it was through the Life Awareness Committee. That was a community committee, and it was for suicide awareness, prevention, and to give resources, bring light to the issue, and bring resources for our students, our staff, and our parents. So this one that's February 17th is the little 9-minute clip that they've done that's specifically for parents. And we're going to have counselors are going to be there, mental health are going to be there, and providing resources for parents to ask questions. And they're going to break up into groups, and questions that we get often. What is it okay to talk about? If my child has feelings, what do I do? If my child's friend has feelings, what do I do? So it's a resource and a support for our parents. We were going to do it at Lakeland High School, but they had still Magnolias, the play going. It now has been delayed till May, but we already had the advertisement, and we've done a protocol on who they call, and on a magnet that we're going to give to all the parents, and then have them available in the offices afterwards. So that's what that night is it's a parent support night.
See, so is this still done in conjunction with Real Life Ministries, or?
No, and the conjunction thing with Real Life, I think it was misconstrued a little bit in the media. They they helped do the fundraising. There were other organizations and other individuals. They raised over $100,000 to get this professional program done. They did do a spiritual based one that was only at their church. We do have a few people that in our staff that attended that, and as private citizens, but we haven't done that piece in the schools. So there's a separation, the stereo separation of the church and state that way. The ones that we're doing with parents is not spiritual based, it's resource based, mental health based. What do we need, what can we do? Because parents, this is the biggest question we get. They don't know how to respond. And so that's what we're trying to provide with this, is giving them the resources. They can talk to other parents. Our counselors will be there. Mental health will be there from Region 1.
Yeah. Well, I know a lot of our, fairly large part of our community is also part of their community too. So, I mean, either way. So do you think this would be something beneficial for board members to attend, just to sort of observe?
Yeah, I would love it if you did. We have a flyer that Rebecca did that we're going to be sending to everyone to invite. We're inviting the entire staff, all of the parents. We've done one thing out in Edublog, which I sent you, so you have the Edublog. That's the first blush of just inviting. And then we have a second one that's going to go out specifically just for that, and then we'll send out a Sky Alert.
Yeah. So have any of you guys done the QPR training online that was free through the state? Yeah. So
we have trainers in our district. Our counseling staff is now trained. We did a train the trainer model, and we had every single, and I don't want to spend too much time, but I will tell you that Question, Persuade, and Refer is a suicide awareness, and it's helped prevention. It was, we do training with every single new staff person annually. So every single staff person for the last 4 years has been trained in this, and every time we have a new staff person, they're trained. We have actually booklets right out in here at our resource center, so I can share that too. But that's the intention of the February 17th. We actually have, Devin is going to be doing an article. I did an interview and gave her different people's names. But I will send a specific invitation to you, and then it would be wonderful if you guys would attend. That'd be wonderful.
I did have one question. On when a parent goes or needs to alter the bus schedule, is there a way they can do it through Skyward to where like they put the request in Skyward, it goes anywhere as sort of a...
It's not really set up that way. I mean, they could put an email in, but there's no guarantee that somebody's going to see it in a timely fashion. So the phone call is definitely the best way to do it. And Dr. Meyer actually, because of this conversation, and because, as you're going to see in her report, we have kind of we're at a critical point with our transportation department and limited buses and drivers. And so we actually asked the administrators to take that off of the plate of our transportation folks. So we're hoping that parents will just call the school and that the school will take care of it. And we've worked out a plan for how the bus drivers will find out, so that we're not having to put our transportation director in the position of having to manage all of that.
Okay, oh, that sounds great.
Yeah. A lot of problem solving.
That's great. Any other questions? Thank you.
I'm just going to stand here because we're up again.
You're next. Continuous improvement mid-year data update.
And as a preface to this, we did ask, we're at the mid-year, and just to remind the board that we did a baseline data in the beginning of the year. We said we'd come back at mid-year. We've just analyzed and collected all the mid-year data, and we've got that here for your report. But we also wanted the principals to be here in case you had any questions or wanted to ask any boots on the ground, what happens in the actual school, any of the logistical questions. This would be a good time that they're available to answer those questions as well.
Before we get into the meat of some of this, I just really do want to spotlight the board for, I mean, it's been 2 years of a totally different culture, and you know, we're in a pandemic, we have high absentee rates. Like, this is just not our normal world, and so us staying in school full time has been huge for us. But our teachers have really, like, you'll see, I'm just so amazed and so proud of our growth and just their focus and their dedication. So before we get into it, I just feel like publicly, I just want to say that they have killed it the last 2 years, just making sure that our kids are learning, and that in spite of all of these obstacles, our kids are continuing to be the spotlight and making gains. So I'm really proud of our admin team, but our teachers are doing a great job. So I just felt like I needed to say that.
Can I just add to that really quickly? Just something to have in the backs of your minds. We talk about unfinished learning a lot since our COVID shutdown at the end of the 2020 school year. And that was hard, those 3 months that we weren't in school, but we're not seeing unfinished learning really from those 3 months as much as we're seeing from all of last year with the huge numbers of absences that kids had. You know, kids were out for lots of different reasons related to COVID or not, but we had kids who missed 50 days of school. And when you miss 50 days of in-person instruction, you miss out on a lot of information, and so it's not
really hard to make that up.
So I want to echo what Dr. Pasley just said. We are really, really proud of our teaching staff and their diligence in making sure that they're identifying for every single child what that kiddo needs to continue to grow.
They're coming in early, they're giving up their recesses, they're giving up lunch, they're staying after school just to make sure every single child is making gains. So again, they're just really dedicated, and their commitment is amazing. So I added an annotated legend for you. I can't remember who asked for this at the very beginning, but I went through, we are looking at iSip, our iStation. So I kind of gave you a little annotated legend in each of those pieces, as well as here is our iReady. Some of them will overlap, but this is specific subtests to each of those programs, as well as then you have iReady Math. So all the narratives are there. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, but just so if you guys want to reference that, all of the legend is there so you can see it. Okay. So I won't go through every single grade because there's a lot of slides. I do want to point out one of the things that we always talk about is we're looking at calibration between our multiple measures. We are across the board seeing really great strengths in math. The way iReady sets it up, it's by domain. So remember, you have an overall score, but then iReady ALG is algebra, and then iReady GEOE is geometry. So across the board, we are seeing gains. In ELA, we're really looking at, we always want to look at, we have our ISIP as well as we have iReady ELA, and so are those two calibrated in the sense of, are we seeing trends between both? Are we going up in both? Are we doing better in one versus the other? So we're always looking at that multiple measure perspective, and are we seeing gains across multiple measures, not just in one, because true mastery, we'd be able to show it in a different test regardless of how it's asked. And again, across the board, our ISIP scores are high in some areas. We're seeing those same strengths in iReady, which again, from an administrator standpoint is really good because our kids are definitely starting to generalize those skills, and regardless of how the questions are being asked or whether the format is being asked, they're able to show mastery. So that's always positive. One area I do want to point out, we did go down in first grade correct words per minute. So remember, we have ISIP, and the ISIP measure for fluency is different. It's kind of an old school closed reading activity where it's kids will have to read something and they have to fill in. So it's more of a semantic type syntax question. So it'll have the ofs, the thes, the a's, and does it make sense? And so they're looking at context versus just oral reading and how kids are reading. Our correct words per minute is true application of fluency. So ISIP and iReady, it's more of a just that quick snippet because it's a computerized test. Our correct words per minute is really, it's their oral reading skills. That's definitely much harder. We did see a dip from the fall. It's a huge increase. I think the other piece to kind of point out with all of these tests is they're adaptive, so they're not stagnant. So proficiency in the fall, proficiency at the end of first quarter is different than at the end of second quarter, at the end of third quarter. So like for a first grader to show proficiency on correct words per minute, they had to read at the end of first quarter 10 correct words per minute, and by the end of it, it's 55 correct words per minute. So it's a significant jump, and the passages are increasing in rigor. So again, we did go down in correct words per minute in first grade. That's the only area we went down in. It is a pretty big jump for our kids from the rigor of 10 words to they had to jump, I think it was 25 correct words per minute. Last week as an elementary team, because I'm a data person, so we all came together and just brainstormed for 2 hours, like different solutions, why we think that we went down. We recognize that maybe we're not doing enough of nonsense word support. Are we spending enough time in certain areas that we maybe should have been? And so it was a really productive meeting of just brainstorming solutions and recognizing, our kids are definitely making gains when you look at all those individual kids, but collectively we struggled in meeting what we had in the fall. So, but I think we have a really good plan moving forward.
And I would just share that when you're teaching first graders to read and you are expecting some level of fluidity in the way that they're reading, and that rate is expected to be going up, if we're not intentionally teaching to that and having them practice, first graders especially will read at a comfortable rate. And so in order for them to push to those higher rates, you actually have to teach them how to move their mouths that fast. So that's another piece of it. It doesn't necessarily mean that they can't read orally. It just means for a lot of them they're reading at a really comfortable rate instead of pushing to get to that faster rate. And there's a fine line there between speed reading and reading with prosody, which is pausing at commas and stopping at periods and
natural
intonation. So yeah.
So again, math across the board, we're doing a great job. ISIP and iReady we're really in alignment there, so it's calibrated, so that's all really good news. I'm going to jump to an intermediate, I think.
Yeah, so
which grade would you like?
Doesn't matter.
We'll go to 6th grade.
Okay. So at 6th, 7th, and 8th, we're seeing the same kinds of trends with math where we're showing some growth, although I guess we're growing at about the same rate that our elementary colleagues are, or kids are. one of the pieces at the middle school level that we're recognizing as a challenge is with the math standards. When you talk about mastery of facts in the language of the standard, it's with flexibility, or and so it's not necessarily the same as what we learned, where it was the rote memorization of math facts. And we've done a really good job of embracing the standards and making sure kids have flexibility in the way they're thinking about numbers and they can apply them. But what we are seeing at the middle level, because we haven't been asking the kids for that rote memorization in the way we used to, we are seeing that it's a little bit harder at the middle level for kids because they don't all come in with their multiplication facts mastered, which makes learning algebra challenging, so there's some work that we're going to have to do where we're going to have to beef up what we expect that's maybe a little bit different than what the standards are asking, just to help make sure kids are well prepared for math. But we're still making the growth, which is what we're looking for. But what I wanted to point out at the middle level, when you look at the reading growth, is that we should expect to see at 6th, 7th, and 8th grade that iReady PA, which is phonemic awareness, we definitely should be at 100%, because that's not even looking at letters. That's hearing sounds and manipulating them, being able to add sounds to change words, move sounds around to make different words. We for sure should be at 100% there. If we were low there, that would be a big concern for us. But so we're right where we should be. When you look at iReady phonics, in the perfect world, those also should all be at 100%. So we're not quite there, but we're close. We have a little bit of work to do. And then high frequency words, also at the middle level, we should be at 100%. Those are your sight words. So, but we have all of our kids taking these assessments. So these are our SWD kids who are, a few grade levels behind where their grade placement. And then we also have kids who come to us from out of state and out of district who didn't have a strong phonics program in their primary year, so they don't have all of that phonics knowledge. So I would love it if Mr. McDougall and Mrs. Ryder could share just really quickly some things that they're doing at Timberlake Middle School to kind of address some of these areas, because they're rocking it at Timberlake Middle School.
Thank you, Lisa.
You're welcome.
Our thing, we actually, at the beginning of the year, getting the buy-in was a bit of a struggle just for iReady and this new program, and yet it's now taken off to where we as teams, yes.
Can I just get you to stand up there, because people can't hear and they can't see you, sorry. But I noticed that when I was catching up from being sick so long, that it was really hard for me.
Thank you for reminding us we're supposed to do that, so thank you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we just, again, getting that initial buy-in for our students was tricky. However, we're realizing the magnitude of what iReady can do, because it gives us a diagnostic baseline, and then it's basically their learning path for the rest of the year. So when we are able to realize the magnitude of what it can do, and with, again, we have different teachers doing different things, but with reading and math and the levels, and then all of a sudden realizing, holy cow, we need to get some buy-in and incentivize this. And so what we've done is teams, grade level teams, admin teams, and again, I keep pointing to this young lady because she is my iReady MTSS guru. This is Shannon Ryder, in case you guys don't know who she is.
She's famous.
She is famous. she is again, and so amazing with her thought process and how she comes to me and says, hey, what if we did this? And so she's always providing ideas. And so we as a school are doing different incentives as far as like weekly all-stars that we're recognizing on Tiger TV. We're doing overall like grade level with highest growth. Like I just handed out to each 6th, 7th, and 8th, the top iReady performers. And it's so cool because they see it on Tiger TV and they're going, oh man, I want to be on TV. And so we're handing them simple prizes like a Tiger ticket or candy bars, things like that. But it's also incentivizing them for when we get to call home. They just love that. The parents are like, oh, that's so cool. So a lot of incentives, and then with our MTSS intervention team, that's been awesome. I'll even like default to you a little bit just on as far as like some of the things you guys have done.
Yeah, so I taught first grade for a long time. That's where I started, and so moving up to the middle school, seeing some of our students struggling still with phonics and things really made me feel worried for them. So we have an MTSS program. We have some really great staff working with that, and we were able to start pulling some small groups, and we use the iReady data to make sure that the intervention we're providing is really targeted to each student, which this is the first year we've been able to be that intentional with all the minutes that the students come out with. And then we make sure, because all students take the diagnostic they take 3 times a year, but then their growth checks they take every month. It's just much shorter, just a kind of a checkup. And at first students were taking those and they don't get any feedback from iReady. It doesn't tell them how they did. So we really push to have all of our teachers have a login so that they can, right when a student finishes, they come up, they see their graph, and did they grow or did they not grow? Mm-hmm. And just trying to get that buy-in for them, because a lot of them don't know what it feels like to try their best, or they're nervous to put their full self out there and not do well. So we kind of have had to push a couple of them, like, okay, you didn't do super well on this one, so go ahead and get a drink of water, get a snack, come back, we're gonna take it again, till you can see growth. So getting to see them be excited. Our classroom teachers are doing an awesome job of incentivizing it by class period and celebrating each other's growth. We have Carissa Childress does a spectacular job, and so other people have kind of drank her Kool-Aid too, so they're, yeah. It's great. I really like this program because we can provide them with that feedback, and it's so fun to see their confidence come up, and some of them haven't felt proud of themselves at school for maybe ever, so.
And you guys would like to share, stand up and share, just from our process?
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah, we can get out of
I'm Kathy Thomas at Ethel Elementary Principal. I just want to piggyback on what Lynn was saying just about the system in itself. This is a conversation that I had with Dr. Meyer when she very first came to Lakeland. She went around to all the principals and said if there was something that we could do better, what would it be? When I felt like historically, this is my 16th year at Lakeland as a principal, I felt like historically what we were missing was a really consistent assessment piece to guide us with that specific instruction for kids like Shannon was talking about. And so it's really come full circle and come to fruition finally. And we were just celebrating this yesterday or the other day when we talked. But to have a tool that allows us to look at student progress and really be able to specify what those holes are. Our teachers are just really excited about that. We meet with our teachers quarterly for a data day meeting, and we spend about 2.5 hours really diving into this, looking at the resources, looking at the directed lessons that it provides, targeting those specific areas that we need to improve. So it's going to tell us if phonemic awareness isn't a strength in 2nd grade, what's the instruction that we're providing, what tools do these things provide for us. So it's finally, I think, something that we've been missing. We've always had to give an IRI at the state level. We've always relied on our ISATs at the end of the year, and historically we've done pretty well on ISATs in Lakeland. But it was kind of that we hope and pray that in the spring our ISAT scores are what they need to be. And this tells us every month what do we need to target for individual students. So I'm, as a staff, and I think as an admin team, we're super excited about that.
Thanks, Kathy. I don't have anything else to add to Kathy's because just having that diagnostic tool is particular for math. So like Kathy said, the IRI, all those kinds of things, but being in this district and having been a special ed teacher, been in the district for 33 years, we've never had a math diagnostic tool until iReady. What a game changer that has been for all of us. So really grateful for that tool, and it's really helping us to hone in on what we need to do for our kids to serve them well so that they can be really proficient.
I have a question. I'm always curious when the district implements new things from an admin, I guess you get a different view, but how do the veteran teachers accept
We have
that.
one right
Yeah,
here.
from
Come
that
on,
time.
Miss Hostetler, come on. Come on, come on.
And I imagine the new teachers are fairly easy because it's all new, right? But a veteran teacher, you think a veteran set in your ways, this is the way we do it, you know, I'm always curious.
She said veteran.
But she is not set in her ways, and Shayna always is looking for ways to improve.
Yes, so I'm willing to try anything. So I'm kind of one of those people at school that'll try anything, and then I can help the other people try it. A lot of it has to do with the attitude. I wanted to say that I love the reports that iReady produces, and then my kids base their student-led conference goals on those reports as well. And they're easy to read for the kids. But I don't know, this is the best in 22 years that I've been here that we've had, so.
Good.
Yeah. Hope that answers that question. I wasn't supposed to speak tonight.
Well, thank you.
To be a fly on the wall.
Thank you.
Can I add one more?
Yep.
So talking about the veteran teachers, but it gives them the opportunity, but if we tie it back to the kids, it is, like Chris was talking about, the incentivizing of the kids. Our school now, we have, I think we stole the idea from you. The kids can see their iReady growth as grade levels, so now they are not just taking a test, getting a little bit of feedback. Now it's connecting to their learning. They are seeing it displayed as part of the community that they're in. They look for their little moose with their point growth for each one, so it always comes back to the kids and their growth and why they need to grow. And so the reports give the teachers the focus, and then the kids get the buy-in that they can proudly display. So, and it makes it easy to do.
I think the buy-in is super critical when we're talking about as much assessing of kids as we're doing, where we're doing the fall, winter, spring. And I know the board was really careful about when we were talking about what metrics are we going to use to determine whether we're moving in the right direction. We don't want to create new tests that we're not already doing. Can we use what we already have? But our data is only as good as the effort the kids put into it, right? So when Chris and Shannon were talking, and then Tiffany just brought it up again, really getting the kids to buy into why this is important and getting excited about seeing the growth, that helps us actually generate some data that's meaningful, because it's a truer reflection of what the kids can do. But if a kiddo just sits down to take a test and is done with a 45-minute test in 15 minutes, that's not good data. And Trustee Grissom talks all the time about data and the stories that data tell. But
this has really allowed the principals to be really collaborative. One of the, when Becky came on, just really tasked Lisa and I with, we go into the buildings all the time, we're meeting with principals, we look at the data all of the time and just brainstorm different ideas, and then I meet with the principals, Lisa meets with the principals, and just, okay, what are some things that we can do, try, we model, we coach. So I feel like it has created this, we are calibrated, we are looking at some of the same measures. So like at the elementary team, we just met, and Anna has really great spelling scores, and so with the whole entire elementary team, she just shared out, these are the different things that we're doing, and so it's allowed us to have those shared conversations that we couldn't have before because it wasn't apples to apples. So,
and it really has reinforced for our admin team that all together we're all responsible for every single kid in this district, and so it's not about one building having better scores than another. It's about all of our buildings showing great success, and so this is allowing us to have those really important, meaningful conversations.
Awesome.
Questions, since we talked a lot?
No questions, but I would like to just sort of piggyback on your accolade to all the staff and teachers and administration, because I know that it's been extremely difficult with the absent children, but now this year with the absent staff because of COVID requirements, not enough substitute teachers, not enough parapros. I mean, the shortage is all throughout the entire district, and I know that everyone is doing double duty, so to speak, to make sure these kids are learning, and it's greatly appreciated by all of you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for coming and being here and speaking.
Thank you.
Yeah, and waiting.
We're going to the interest-based bargaining with Mr. Bradbury.
Hi, Madam Chair, thank you. I was just going to piggyback on your comments too. One of the great things about my job being the association president is I get to go around to all the schools all the time. And so it's been awesome because every one of these administrators has actually been in the classroom subbing because we haven't had a sub or whatever, because teachers are gone, and you know, they don't have to do that. They could make the teachers do it or double up or do whatever, but I wanted to thank them for their efforts in that as well, because it's just awesome to see that they're all pulling together, and staff's been amazing as well. I mean, in our building the other day, we had a late, needed a sub request right away. Teacher got sick, and boy, everybody was scrambling, and so an email went out from the principal, and within like 5 minutes, there were 4 teachers that said, give me the kids, I'll go, or I'll, go in on my prep and everything. And so it's just been awesome. It's been awesome to see everybody come together, and it's a great district. Proud of that, really proud of that. So even the head honchos have been in the classroom, so it's been awesome to see.
That's actually been really fun.
It has been.
Yeah.
It's nice to get to see the kids.
Yeah, so I'm here, and I think this is the first time I've spoken since we've got some new board members, so I wanted to officially welcome Trustees Jones and Quimby. Welcome. You guys came back for the 2nd straight month, so that's good. So haven't scared you off yet.
Still early.
Yeah. No, but thank you. So Dr. Meyer and I are here to talk about interest-based bargaining. It's already that time of year where we're already, starting towards the end of the year, thinking about next year. And so every March is when we kind of officially start with our bargaining, looking over our negotiated agreement that we do every year. And there's a whole gamut of things that we talk about as far as, anywhere from salaries to working conditions to, safety to things like that. And so I think we have a great team together, and we have some members, we have some teachers on there, and then some admin staff, and then we need a board member or 2. And so what we would like you guys to do, I know Trustee Grissom, she was on it last year, and so that was awesome, and she can definitely be on it again if she'd like, or she can share the duties. My ultimate goal would be to have each one of you come in a time or 2 throughout the years, just so you can kind of learn that process. I think it'd be great to see. I actually look forward to bargaining now, whereas in the past I've been on some negotiation teams where, boy, it got pretty tense, pretty tensious. It was kind of more of an us versus them type of a feel, and those can be some pretty difficult conversations and things like that. We still have to get down to some nitty-gritty stuff with this, but with interest-based bargaining instead of negotiations, there's kind of a difference there. The process that we have laid out, it's just great. It's just, to me, it's more of a team atmosphere. We're working together, as a solid unit, and the great part about it is we never agree or pass anything unless everybody gives a thumbs up or a thumb sideways. And a thumb sideways means, yeah, you're kind of still waffling, but you agree with the group and you'll move forward agreeing with that group. And so if there's a 1 thumbs down, we do not move until everybody on the team. So it's kind of an awesome process. We'll go from there. So with that said, we always start, probably the 2nd or 3rd week in March or so.
And maybe a little bit earlier, because we have obviously we can't finish bargaining until the legislature is done with the allocation. And Brian has the budget and has done his projections, or the team has done the projections, but we really have some language that is in the negotiated agreement that we can start earlier, and the team, once a board member or 2 will volunteer to be with us, then Jason and I co-lead the training together, so we set that on a different time. They also, they're going to have a new team member, so we'll do a training together. So we just want to kind of put it out there and maybe know within the next couple of weeks who's interested. so that we can do training before we get to the end of February, beginning of March. That's our timeline, because we want to meet a few times before we get into the budget pieces.
Yeah, and generally a lot of people, so you're probably wondering, well, how long is this going to take and everything. We generally meet weekly. Generally the sessions are 2.5 to 3 hours every week, and then we go until we get it done. You know, our goal is to always keep it short and be done, and sometimes they go longer, but generally I think the last couple of years we've been done well before school ended, and that way we can.
I think we were the first in the area district in the area last year, and they're we can do it whatever the team comes up with. The last couple of years we've done Mondays, like 3 to 6 type of time, and people bring snacks and stuff. So it is. I actually look forward to it as well. So.
And one of the cool parts about it as well is we're kind of the leading force around. So I know like Coeur d'Alene, Post Falls, they're starting to piggyback on interest-based bargaining and negotiations. A lot of schools down south, I've sent our procedures and
we did get a good reputation after we started it. People started asking us about it, and we have had a lot of requests throughout the state now about, you know, we might go on the road and do our training now. Start your own tour. No, we're not doing that. But anyway, we're not doing that.
So if you guys could kind of just you know, think about it, and if you're interested, please, you know, talk to each other and let us know, and give us at least one representative of this group, and you know, we can certainly have 2. We don't really want any more than that, because we do like to keep it kind of balanced as far as, you know, we're not an us versus them, but you know, it's just kind of nice to keep it balanced as far as, you know, Lakeland staff with administration, things like that. So, and then just let us know, and then we'll schedule within, you know, week or 2 after that to do the training, and then we'll start officially in March sometime. Once everybody gets together, we'll figure out a date that works the best for everybody. So.
I'd like to make a suggestion, because I kind of got chastised last year for it. Could we please look through the entire agreement and not just pick a few segments here and there, because there was so much that was irrelevant or not applicable anymore.
Yeah.
It is an agreement. When you sign it, it is a legally binding document, and I really do not want to sign something that has old, outdated, or inappropriate information in it. So I'd just like to make that suggestion that we actually look at the entire document instead of just segments.
In fact, and that's a great point, thank you. So in our weekly meetings, we had just spoke this last Tuesday, yesterday, and we have a team together to go over that right now.
Perfect.
Just to kind of look at verbiage and see if anything's out of date, and then certainly if you see something in there as well, you're still kind of questioning or you think this out of date, let us know, and we'll definitely fix it.
Good starting point, just do that preliminary.
And Rebecca is going to be taking the minutes this time, so that because Brooke has been, first, you know, people have been trading off taking the minutes, and then it's hard to participate if the brain really is not able to multitask. So Rebecca is going to do the minutes so that Brooke can be part of the whole conversation this year. I think that would be helpful to address those pieces as well.
Perfect.
Board Chair Thompson.
Perfect.
So I have a question. You said 2, which I get. So what if there's multiple trustees that say, hey, I want to do that? How are you going to decide which 2 to pick?
It's, I think, your job.
Okay, that's our job.
I do the same thing on our end as far as all our members. I'll send out, like I've already done, I've already sent out a request, hey, we need one more person if you're interested. Usually what I do is I involve my executive team, and we'll just pick a person to go from there. But yeah, it'd be great if y'all wanted to, that'd be awesome. But
Can't have more than 2.
No, you can't, no.
Well, that's sweet.
Yeah, it just keeps it balanced that way, and then plus, if you have too many irons in the fire, it can.
We don't want to pour.
Yeah, we can't have 3 because we have a quorum.
Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, but all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alrighty, thank you. I will try to be brief as usual. I really would like to, it's in the discussion part of the agenda, but there are several, none of the current board members have gone to K-Tech with me. I'm not saying you haven't gone before, but it's really magnificent, and to look at what our students are doing there.
I went with you.
Oh, you did?
I did.
No, we didn't go to K-Tech.
Yeah, we did. We walked down the hall and showed me the, there was nobody there that day.
Oh.
Something was going on. But anyways,
I'm sorry, Trustee.
That's all right. That's fine. It was way early on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that was 2 years ago. I guess
Yeah.
that's
Back
not.
in
So
the day.
I take that back. One of the board members has gone, but we really would like to, and Colby Matilla, the director, and we just had a board meeting last week, and we really would like to be able to have the trustees go. I also, Board Chair Thompson and I really would like to offer school tours together with the 2 trustees, also the 2 new trustees. I know, Trustee Jones, you have been in every school, but it would be great if you wanted to go, and we would like to maybe do some scheduling. For anybody that wants to go, there's a lot of, you can hear the passion, and now that COVID's over, we would really like to be able to highlight, and if you can put a name with a face and see what's really happening, your heart really understands what's happening. It helps make better decisions when you can actually see what's going on every day. But I do want to start with K-Tech because it's been they've been trying to invite us for a while. So I'd like to do that in the discussion area. I do want you to know the CDC came back, moving the 10 days of self-quarantine down to 5. So I reached out and I did have discussed this with the Parent Advisory Subcommittee. Here's the timeline of what I did. I linked in the updated Panhandle Health flow chart, which is what we based our optional flow chart on last time. I did reach out to them. This was the consensus of the team. They revised the current optional chart to go to the 5 days. They want to maintain parental discretion, which means that it's optional. And then they would like to request board approval. The next step after, if the board approves it tonight, is I will send that out to parents. If you look in the plan, and you've all seen this several times, I will remind everyone, the light yellow, pea green, yellow is where there's changes. I did change one other word I will show you here. Here's the optional guidance. That's the new flow chart they have proposed. This is what it looks like. It looks similar to our last one. These are for the asymptomatic and had known close contact after screening. If you have a negative or not tested, should not. And this is, again, optional guidance, and it gives you some symptoms down here of COVID, and it says it's based on that. So there's the optional linked in there. And I did change this word because our procedure that we've been living with, it says here the operational plan is a living document and will be updated. I put may be updated based on everyone's approval. So it sounded, when people read it, one of the parents said it sounds like the board is required to change it if there's update, which is not true because this is your document. So I changed that word to may and then linked in the flow chart here, and those are the only changes that you would be approving tonight if you so desire. Any questions about that?
I do have a question on the timeline thingamajig.
Okay.
This one? So they're requesting that we lower the quarantine, for lack of a better word, time to 5 days from 10.
Based on the CDC.
Based on CDC guidelines. Is there a detrimental consequence to students if their medical doctor, because I know it also states in there, follow your medical doctor,
yes.
But if the medical doctor is saying, no, we want you to stay home 10 days, is there, I don't think there is, but I need to ask, is there any detrimental consequence to that student for being out longer due to either medical provider or parental choice?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
No.
I didn't think there was, but I wanted to clarify it.
Okay. Any other questions on these? The other thing, just to note in case you hear it from any of your constituents, the admin team was asking if we could not send home the notifications because they sort of become redundant, and then if they're sending every day for a while, they just kind of become, but the parents did reach out. The parent subcommittee reached out and got feedback, and the parents wanted us to continue those. Okay. So at least for the remainder of this year, pending any changes, but right now the parents would like to keep that notification in place. So that didn't change in the plan. Okay. I'm going to do this quickly. I just do want to encourage you, though. I was able to participate. The legislature had this as a keynote this year, And I linked in the slide deck, the entire slide deck in the bottom and the recorded presentation. It's very well done, very interesting. I learned a lot. I really just encourage you to look at it, but I know we don't have time tonight, so I'm only going to highlight a few things just for you to be aware of as we go into talking about where our staffing gaps are. Across the country, we have a demographic drought. We call it approaching Sansdemic, and it's going to change the entire labor market. It is already here, and I want you to be aware of it. I know I've informed you a few times, but very few people are returning to work after the last couple of years of COVID. There's several reasons they give you, but if you look at the people who are out of the workforce, he specifically put things on the bottom to Idaho. You can see right there at the very bottom, we're 23,000 people lower than we need to be in Idaho. 5 million across the nation. So there's a very big drought going on. 3 times the amount we had unemployed for lower skilled. Where we're really seeing the drought is in our classified staff. Especially you're going to see in our drivers, in instructional parapros, guest teachers. We're just having a lot of gaps in our staffing right now. And you can see here, many of those that are interested, that used to be interested, our applicant pools are smaller, and they're not the same level of qualifications. HR Director Cunningham kind of spoke to that a little bit earlier today. And a lot of people actually are going into working for themselves because they are concerned about the restrictions that have come after the COVID, and that was part of his research. This is the part I really want us to pay attention to, the future labor crisis. You can't employ what you don't have. So not only is the birth rate the lowest ever, which I thought is interesting when we had all that stay-home stuff across the country. I thought the birth rate would be going up, but I guess people got sick of each other in the
time lag.
Yeah, it didn't happen. So not to get too detailed about that, but there we are. And recommended solutions. I really and HR Director Cunningham and I are going to talk about this more, and maybe would welcome some input from the board as well. You can see the very first one, which we have tried to do, and they brought the classified matrix to you last year and showed a 5%, it ended up being a 6% increase, and showed you that there was a plan for them to increase that every year. They will be, CFO Wallace and HR Director Cunningham will be bringing that back to you again. But right there, the very first one about raising wages. Non-wage incentives for people. Could be COVID sick leave, could be some personal leave, some things that you can put in place to help incentivize. Going to where the potential workers are, they're not in the same spots. We now have to advertise on Facebook, different than you don't advertise in the paper anymore. There's just a lot of different ways that people are looking for work. Keep your people, stage your rewards, on board. I want to give a very big kudos to HR Director Cunningham, and she has hired Morgan Spear as the HR assistant. I know you haven't been able to meet her yet, but she is absolutely phenomenal and quite a gem. And she was just bragging the other day how she's already onboarding, and people said, seems like you've been here for years. She's really fit in nicely and helped us immensely with that. And if you look long term, we really need to talk about some of these reinvesting in our people, looking at areas here, where can we pull labor force that would be interested in the benefits we have, really telling our story and saying why it would be great to work in the school district. Because there's a lot of benefits to be working in the district with the vacation times, the times off with kids, lots of benefits that we can offer. So just to make sure the board's in the loop, our crisis area, like very big crisis, is our bus drivers. I have been keeping the board updated just so the public knows this isn't the first time they've been hearing this, but we had to collapse routes together. We actually had to cancel a route for a week when we didn't have a driver, so we had to notify those parents. We just did not have actual physical body to drive the routes. Now we did go and pick up a few that needed and didn't have a way to get in, but that was a 4-day piece where we actually had to cancel a route for the first time, maybe ever, but for sure since I've been here. Short-term solution, we have increased the longevity bonus. Last year, I know you remember that the board, I told you when we were having a custodial crisis, If they signed up and they stayed on for 90 days, we gave them a $200 bonus incentive, and then if they stayed the full year, they got another $200. The current custodial staff that was on board, that were already employees of ours, if they were there at the end of the year, they also got the $400. So there was equity in that. Now we have doubled that bonus this year for bus drivers because it is a crisis situation for us. So if they sign up and they stay 90 days, they are going to have a $400 bonus, and if they stay all year, they'll get another $400. So that is, we've doubled the longevity bonus. We've increased our scope of advertisement to other areas, and we have training support that we are providing in-house and doing a lot of it so it doesn't cost them additional resources and time for themselves. Other concern areas I already mentioned are instructional parapros. Custodians are still there's some turnover. We have some open positions now. There are teachers. We can speak to how many student teachers, interns are actually in positions right now in the classroom because of the lack of applicants. Specialized positions we have, and then also interns are lowest that we've seen. So just wanting to make you aware of that. Any questions about, I know I talked kind of fast, but it's.
How did we come up with the bonus for the bus drivers? Did we just?
We took last year's, which was 200, and we just said we're in a crisis after the collapsing and then canceling the route. I said we just need to do something to incentivize this, because to cancel routes where you start canceling, it's just not good for our families.
Right.
So we just said let's just double that, and this year hopefully COVID will come down. You saw in the paper today that we're supposed to be on the other side of the numbers now in our county. And hopefully this did work with custodians, and it is working with the bus drivers. She said that she thinks this will be a good incentive.
I'm just curious if it's enough. That's,
yeah.
I mean, it's $400, then it's, I mean, I don't know that that's enough.
Britt, we still run double buses, I guess you call one for the elementary and then one for the older
double routing
grades, right?
Because of the start and stop times.
Mm-hmm.
And they are going at different times, so that doesn't influence the number. That helped us take more drivers and reduce the number of drivers needed for that.
Right.
We still have, I think, 4 routes that are single routes because they have too much geographical area. They couldn't make it back in time to do the elementary route. So there are some separate elementary and secondary. I think there's 4.
So I'm wondering, I mean, obviously, you know, that's something as we get closer to budgeting and, you know, trying to make guesses on next year, if that's gonna continue to be something feasible for the district. You know, if we're seeing a steady decline in this labor market, right, and the numbers just aren't coming back, which everything I've read suggests they won't be back. There's no need for them to return, right? The pandemic forced them to find an alternative income, alternative to the typical skilled workforce. If the district, and I know that's hard because the parents have always wanted to keep the students separate, but there might come a time when we have to seriously look at that just not being feasible anymore. If it's, you know, becoming that hard to where we're canceling routes, we don't have enough drivers, we've already done the, you know, the time thing, and we've done everything else trying to figure that out.
Yeah, we can do an analysis for you, but the mileage is still the mileage. So
Absolutely.
If the bus is gonna get full, it may cut us down. I don't know for sure, but it's not gonna cut us down enough drivers to even do on the same because of the mileage routes. I think we're the second or third, a couple of years ago when we ran the levy, we were the second largest geographical bus routes in the entire state.
Right.
So we are definitely there's some challenges in this district with bus routes. But I will say that we need to talk about this as a group.
Sure.
We need to talk about what are some of are the wages enough? Do we need to look at that? And also, what are some non-wage incentives? And this is where we go to the bus drivers and say, what would help? Go to people that are thinking about it. What can help you that you would want to do this? So, Yeah, we definitely have some work to do in this area.
Are the bus drivers benefited?
It depends.
Okay.
All of the ones that are on double routed, and that did help with longevity, because they were, none of them were, maybe one or two had any benefits when I started, but we did put that into the levy, and then we did do the double routes so that they have at least the hours that they need to be benefited, and we are retaining bus drivers much more than we have in the past.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are our bus routes, are the buses full?
Not all of them. They can take up to 72. So to Trustee Grissom's point, if you changed the routing and you put elementary and secondary on together like other districts, elementary sit in front and secondary and back, to Trustee Grissom's point, you can create more students on the bus, so it's more eligible to be more for, and the route is here, and then the schools have to start and stop at the same time. There are some benefits. And even Miss Sexton, or Mrs. Arnold, who said, you cannot, my first year, I said, we just need to put it all together, just like you said, because that's how it was where I came from. And she's like, no, the parents, you can't do that. But she has had some feedback in the last couple of years that parents have said, well, maybe we might be, talk about that. So there would definitely be some savings. I just don't know if we're gonna get enough, but we could do an analysis about that to see how that would help us.
You have other issues that come into play though, if you put K through 12 on one bus.
Yeah, which is what Mrs. Arnold's
why we're not
concern is.
doing
Yes.
it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I grew up in the area that did the same thing all my life.
Yeah.
Elementary, junior high, high school.
Yeah.
But anyways, I understand the concern. Would it be beneficial, being that we're also coming to budget time, to have a round table, whether it's us and the bus drivers, so we can get feedback, so we can sort of brainstorm together how we're gonna accomplish this?
Yes, it would be wonderful. I would suggest that we start, CFO Wallace and myself, HR Director Cunningham, and Jessica and Anita is the new assistant director. She was still driving bus every day, although she was hired. And then Summer Bilski, who is the admin assistant, is driving bus every day, even though she's the admin assistant. And Jessica's driving bus, one route. I mean, we're just really trying to be able to, these three people, to do their actual job instead of driving the bus. But if we started, if the three of us started to get some initial ideas and then come and bring some representatives with you in a workshop type roundtable, I think that would be a wonderful idea to start to next steps.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be helpful. I don't know what you guys.
I just wanted to make sure you were aware and that the public's aware. We have had, concerns, and I just think it's important that people know that this isn't just a concern area. This is an actual crisis area, and it's the first time in my career that I've seen this happen to this level. So I'm hoping it'll get better because of where we are with the fluctuation of the COVID. But to the point of, if you look at that presentation that they did, it's very interesting, and there is some longevity problems with people coming back to the workforce at all. So, interesting things. Okay, any other questions for me?
Oh, I had a question about so are we approving the parental plan that was submitted?
It's on the action items tonight.
Okay, so on the one portion that was a modification of the Panhandle Health District, and I don't know if this was in there before, if this is just the update with the 5-day, the very first item there says that quarantining for 5 days from the last date of close contact if no symptoms develop, test on the 5th day, blah, blah, blah. Oh, sorry, second one, wrong place. 5 days since the date of a positive test, and then mask for 10 days. So after we
didn't put the masking in there.
From the Panhandle Health. The other modified chart.
That one was just to show you.
This one?
That's the one they were looking at.
Oh,
so
okay.
that's just, thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
In case anybody requests this. That is just to show you what Panhandle's new plan was.
Okay.
What the Parent Advisory Committee did is they went and looked at it, got input, And this is what they came up with, and they
Okay.
did not put masks on there.
Okay, gotcha.
So,
All right.
I was just showing you what their initial source document was.
Okay, all right, thank you for that
Yeah.
clarification. Yeah. Okay, that was my only question regarding.
All right.
I got a quick question about
Okay.
that.
Which,
Chart.
this one?
Well, the
This one?
the virus stuff. Some parents are concerned that, I don't know how it works, they go to the doctor and they get diagnosed with the virus, and then they're sharing that information with the school.
The doctor is?
Yeah. Or they're sharing it with Panhandle Health, and they're sharing it with the school or somebody, because it's getting out, and that should be happening.
Yeah, I actually don't, I'm not sure. I think there is some sort of requirement that they are the doctors, but I'm not privy to that information. I'm not sure how to.
HIPAA violations though?
I think
Unless
that-
you sign off on it?
Yeah, I'm not positive about that. I know that we do not require families to tell us. We ask them if they do stay home, that they share that with the school nurse. But that isn't happening, and I actually shared it with the board earlier this year that when I did one of my presentations, we have parents that are just saying I'm homesick, but they are not saying why, because they don't feel like it's anyone's. I've had parents telling me this, and they tell the school it's not anyone's business why, but they're homesick. And that's an okay reason for us at the school. But I can't speak to the doctors talking to Panhandle Health. So.
Has Panhandle Health notified us of sick children?
If Panhandle Health has a positive result, they will notify Nurse Judy.
Okay. And then what does Nurse Judy do with that
Of the
information?
individual student?
Yep.
Really?
That's how it's been, unless I'm misspoken,
No,
but
you're right.
yeah, that's how it was happening, and I assumed it was the same way, yeah.
Panhandle Health will
It's
communicate that to nurse.
something about, please don't quote me, but it's something about communicable diseases,
Right.
and they're required to report, but we aren't, I mean, they could speak better to me, or we're not like telling
Well, if
classroom
that-
teachers and stuff if they call, are we?
No, if there is a positive case in a classroom, we let the teacher know that there's a positive case and the letter goes home.
But we don't say.
all it is.
You don't say who
No.
has it.
No.
But Panhandle Health does identify the child by name.
Only with the school nurse, but they don't tell you who it is, do they?
But usually what happens at elementary is the parent calls and says, so the teacher knows because the parent communicates
notifies it.
with the teacher, and so if that happens, then we say, yeah, okay, yes, we all know that this, and then.
Okay, but, yeah.
So something out of our control, I guess they would need to
Arrest them for breaking the law.
talk to Panhandle Health or their doctor,
And when we had a lot of cases last year, Trustee Quimby, they all know, we had only myself and Nurse Judy and had access to the spreadsheet. Nobody else saw it except for the two of us. And I would notify the board every single week of the updates, and it was on the website, but no names were identified. Only Nurse Judy and I had access to that. And I never let anybody else see it. So we were very, very protective of confidentiality. I mean, we're not tracking this year. The board chose not to track this year. So that was last year. I am really proud of our district for how we respond. I just feel like it's been common sense, and parent feedback has been very positive. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on to unfinished business. It was asked to table the records, the online presence of record requests from the last meeting. I don't know if we want to discuss that at this meeting or if we'd like to table it again. I don't know if anybody has any, you're shaking your head no, you want to table it again?
Okay. I will remind the board that we were waiting for Trustee Grissom to come back because she had been part of that initial discussion. Not that it has to be tonight, but you weren't here, and just so you know, that's why we had tabled it last time.
Thank you. Yeah, I did listen to the 4+ hour meeting.
Well, I don't know that it is, does there need to be an action? It's not an action item.
Oh, it's not
just
an action item.
No, it's just unfinished business.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm fine to table it just for the sake of time.
Okay, then we're moving on to the consent.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Is there not a way to put that to,
Put it to bed.
To put it to bed, yeah, exactly.
Well, I have a comment.
Okay,
So
okay.
the thing with the records request that I think was missed was that, for the sake of transparency and for the sake of multiple records being requested of the same exact nature, the suggestion was other districts have moved to just put the records request online. Here's what was requested, here's the records. You know, the thing is, it's a matter of public record anyways. Like, anybody can fill out the form and get the same information.
Right.
You know, so I have no problem with it, just trying to streamline, because it seems like the one thing we hear from those within the district is, you know, it's always hard for them to find information, or they feel like, you know, information's being hidden from them. So that's why the attorney's recommendation was, you know, she's seen other districts move to this just because of, you know, the world we live in now. Just to put it there. I mean, if somebody's constantly requesting, you know, some financial statement from CFO Wallace, instead of, you know, having to go through the chain constantly, just put it there, and it's like, here it is, although most of those should be on the website, but that was my thought on it. It's all public information.
And it's just moving more towards more transparency.
Yeah.
In discussing that, if that is something we would want to do, we would need to consider the fact that we need to identify that in our policy, because our policy doesn't give that type of direction. So I guess we would just need to decide, would we like to move in that direction, and then defer it to the policy
Would
committee.
you entertain a motion?
It's not an actionable item right now. And Mr. Parliamentarian, can we do that?
Yeah, I would move that we table it indefinitely. I think that motion is in order, even though it's not an actionable item.
Okay. Do we have any further discussion on the motion to table this item indefinitely?
You would have to have a second.
Right, I was just asking if there was any further discussion. If there's no
It
further.
requires a second.
No, I know that. If there's no further discussion on it, then there's a motion on the table.
I would second your motion.
Alright. We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Opposed. 3 opposed. Motion fails. So that being said, we can table it and bring it up at a later date, next month. Moving on to the consent agenda, we have 4 sets of minutes, 3 are regular meetings, 1 is a workshop. We have the HR items, and we have the regular and special bills. Does anyone have any questions or comments regarding the minutes or corrections or anything? Anybody?
Nope. Yes, I do have some on one of them.
Okay.
Let's see if I kept my notes this time. Well, I'm not sure if we discuss this here or we just wait and put it as a discussion item later.
Okay.
My concern being the representation of my bringing up the privacy issues with the Chromebooks.
Are you on the December 9th minutes?
It is on, no, I think it was before then. Yeah, the November minutes, I believe. Maybe I didn't explain it well enough. I guess I did use the word tracked, but the word tracked nowadays is becomes this other thing than what I was meaning. So I don't know what to do with the minutes. So we just leave them there for the sake of time, or move on, because it was more, it wasn't being tracked. My point was is after, and I went back and reviewed the Chrome policies and also the settings on the book, the tablet itself, the Chromebook, and I'm not sure if Chad and Dane really understood what I was saying, but it turned into being a tracking item, and it's not a tracking item. So maybe the thing is just the board needs to resolve it in policy. My point is, if you remember, I said during that discussion is there's no definite line where Lakeland School District ends and private home begins when it comes to this. And I heard all the explanation. So it wasn't about being tracked. It was about people completely understanding and signing a document that they understand what information is and isn't being fetched. I guess I have to use technical terms, because the information is fetched from the Chromebook, and it's set by policy, by the district, has nothing to do with Chrome. The policy is controlled by the district, not Google. And as far as them saying that the information lives, that it doesn't live with Google, it lives with them, well, no, excuse me, they sign into a Google server and administration platform, which it is tracked. And you all can find your own policies. Right here's mine. Tells me exactly what the fetch interval is, how many times they fetch my data, which means it goes right back to the district and through Chrome servers. I listened to the explanation and the characterization of what I was saying, and maybe it's just too much. Maybe I'm have to bring it down a notch. But my whole concern was that, number one, I don't care about my search history. That wasn't the thing. I was trying to clear some browser cache and stuff because I was having an issue with some of the programs that we use. And so I was trying to troubleshoot without calling them. Well, as I'm trying to troubleshoot, I'm finding I have less and less and less control because it's all controlled at the district level through Chrome policies. And I mean, anybody can go look this up. You can go to the Chrome policies on your own book, and you can see numerous policies that are implemented. All of them. They're all, and I understand we need security. So, sorry, I'm getting off track here. Back to the minutes. We need to move the word tracked because it wasn't about being tracked, it was about privacy. And our students understanding privacy, and the board members, at least when we get these books, whether they want to keep a collection of what we search and what we download, I could care less. However, I should be able to at least troubleshoot my own machine so I can do my job, and that's impossible, right? Unless I want to call them constantly, which I don't have the time to do, nor do I feel the need to do it. So we need to remove the word tracked and put it back to where it's just a matter of privacy, and people need to have a full understanding of how much privacy they don't have. And I understand that there's a certain amount of privacy that we're not entitled to as far as teachers and children, the students and all that. I get that. But I didn't appreciate the characterization either in the notes or in the video, because they were completely misleading, especially for somebody from my world to listen to. So anyways, we just need to remove the word track and somehow make it reflect that it was about privacy. Yeah, that's all I'll say about that one. Which is something obviously that we have to discuss, and it must be fixed in a policy. We can't go through another school year without that.
Okay.
Sorry, it's just something I'm very, very passionate about, please don't
It would just be helpful if we, once we get, so we know what we need to change before we start next school year.
Yeah.
Because I'm not certain.
Okay, so instead of tracked, would collected be an appropriate substitute? I'm not quite sure how.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Fetched, collection,
Okay,
whatever.
I can use the word fetched.
Yeah, the word
Fetched
is fetched.
the technical term. for
Yeah,
it, so
okay.
that would be most appropriate, that way it can't be misconstrued and.
Okay, so I wrote the word fetched and we will correct that before I sign it.
Yeah. Well, at least it can't be manipulated.
Okay.
Something else.
Gotcha.
Misinterpreted.
Does anyone have any other questions or?
Thank you.
No, not a problem. On the
Well, I
minutes.
said thank you, trustee.
Oh,
Bates.
Of course.
Yeah. There was something else, but it might have been, I might have just got rid of it. I was trying to keep them at a minimal.
Okay.
But that was the main thing. Oh, and then the other thing I could not find in the video, correct me if I'm wrong, because I might have said this, but I remember the forensic audit question coming up, which I did not raise. But then it said, Trustee Grissom asked if a forensic audit of the district had ever been done. I might have asked that, but I couldn't find it in the video.
Well, it was there.
It was, okay. All right, then maybe I didn't ask it. All right, I'm good with that then.
Okay. No other questions regarding the minutes? Okay, then moving on to the HR items. Does anyone have any comments, questions, or concerns on the HR report? Which was given to us actually last month for executive session, but the information contained on it is actually open session information, so we did nothing regarding the report. Does anyone have any questions on the, we had asked HR, Director, thank you, Cunningham, to report on the number of staff we have for certified, classified, and guest teachers, along with, you know, how many are we hiring, how many alternate authorizations do we have in place, and then how many resignations we've seen thus far for the year. So she did report on that. She gave us all the data. Does anyone have any questions or comments regarding that?
I do not.
Is this something that we're going to get from her on a monthly basis or every few months? Or
It was my understanding we're gonna get this every quarter.
Oh, okay.
Is what I understood.
Yeah.
Is that correct, Brooke?
Yeah,
Okay.
and I'm hoping we can have maybe more discussion, maybe 3 times a year.
Okay.
Instead of a quarter, because
Okay.
you have your summer months there and
True.
everything. And then where the bulk of the hiring is, and then when it kind of settles and everything, so if we can have discussion. And I do apologize that was in executive session. Last meeting, it was actually attached to my exit interviews, which were, it was a
Executive
full
session,
report,
right.
so I apologize for that.
Oh, not a problem. But yeah, because I know last year we asked for it and it was all at the end of the year. Do you think 3 times is sufficient to give us the data?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that would be good, like, probably, the beginning of the year, and then we're still doing hiring. I would say probably another one would be maybe in January, and then another one at the end of the year.
Okay. That's it.
If that's
So the end of
reasonable.
year, end of the year being like May?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Sure. May or June, one of the two. Okay. Well, thank
That'd
you
be
for
good
the
to know kind of
information.
how we're ending. you know, how we started the year and how we're ending the year. So I think that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you for the information. Does anyone have any questions or comments on the memo with the new hires, resignations, and retirement?
I do not.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions on the resignations that were presented? Okay. Any questions or comments on the regular and special bills? We have the utilities and then the bills list.
I have nothing on the utilities.
Okay.
I think some of this I already got answers to, just listening to everybody speak.
Okay. Then if there's no further,
If I can make
Yes.
one observation, and then I'll be happy to move adoption of the consent agenda.
Perfect.
I noticed the last 2 or 3 months, the amount that we're spending on telephone is running about $16,000–17,000 a month, which is a sizable amount of money, it seems to me. And from what I understand, we may be locked into that somewhat for a period of time, but going forward, I think we need to take a strong look at that.
CFO Wallace, are we under contract for that? When does that contract expire?
It's either at the end of this year or next year. I have to look. It was a contract that was before my time and I think Dr. Meyer's time. When it was signed, just so they know that we were getting a discount on telecommunications and those costs from the federal E-rate program. And in the course of this contract, those discounts, the E-rate program changed to where it does not allow for the discounts on phone service. They used to call it POTS, plain old telephone service. And discounts are now applied all for internet access and can help you also with your internal communications. So that did impact our net for phone service at the time when people before us signed into those contracts. But yeah, it's coming up, and we would look at doing an RFP at that point.
And just to make sure that everyone understands, we're talking about these phones that are in each teacher's classroom and at the front desk at the schools. That's what he's talking about, that phone service.
And I believe part of the cost of why it's high is that you're not only paying for the service, but I think some of the cost of they usually call it the plastic, for all those phones is rolled into those contracts, because those phones are like buying a computer. They're like at $800,000, $900,000 a piece. You do that across the district, that's a sizable. So it's like having a lease over time almost. So when we do the RFP, since we already own the phones, you'd think it'd be less, but if we went to a different solution, not Cisco, the Cisco solution in itself, as far as the call manager and stuff like that, is one of the higher options out there. They're expensive.
Okay.
But we will find out when the contract expires.
That'd be great. Any other questions? No. Then I'll entertain a motion on the consent agenda.
I move we approve the consent agenda.
I'll second that.
Having a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Moving on to new business. First item is to appoint a district treasurer. At the last meeting, we had discussion, a motion was posed and it failed. So we do need to appoint a district treasurer. The discussion at the last meeting, the concern is that we appoint a treasurer that we don't ever hear from. And so my thought was, well, since we always hear from CFO Wallace, we should appoint him as the treasurer. He did point out that, you know, if he were the treasurer, he'd like to have an assistant district treasurer so that he can designate responsibilities to that person. It also was brought to my attention that it wouldn't look appropriate if CFO Wallace were signing all the checks and if he was his own check and balance is basically what I took from the conversation, which is accurate. You're never your own check and balance. But I do think we either need to continue to appoint CFO Wallace and then follow up with a district or an assistant treasurer, or, I mean, we can go back to the conversation of reappointing Cindy Hapney, who's been the treasurer for a number of years. It's not anything against her performance, it's that I've never seen her performance. All I know is she wears the title.
If I might just
please
make a comment, you know, perhaps you folks don't know Cindy. I've known Cindy for almost 30 years. She's been I think, dedicated and loyal employee for the district for all of those years, probably more than 25 of them as treasurer. I think she only has a year or two left, maybe, to retire, 2 years to retirement. You know, I've thought long and hard about this because we did have a discussion about it, and I understand, you know, the other board members' concern. I don't see where we're resolving a problem by taking that position away from her. I think we ought to be rewarding folks who have given that much dedication and time to the school district, and to do otherwise with Cindy, I think would be a mistake. So, based on that, I'm going to move that we appoint Cindy as the treasurer for the school district.
And I absolutely agree with your comment. The problem is that we are out of statute, that we're operating illegally.
I don't think so.
Yeah, Title 57-135 says the treasurer is supposed to come every month and deliver reports. There's also others.
Read the statute.
57-135, the treasurer's monthly report, which is also derived from 33-509, which says that we also have the power to appoint the assistant.
Right.
The problem, and there's more statutes that give exact delegation of the reports that the treasurer is to bring, because the bottom line is only the treasurer is responsible to the board, right? Not Mr. Wallace. Mr. Wallace is responsible to Dr. Meyer. Mr. Wallace is Dr. Meyer's employee, not the board's employee. So the statute requires, well, that's legal, the statute requires that the treasurer report to the board, and I think the only thing is that these things, these depository reports and these other reports which we're statutorily obligated to hear from the treasurer hasn't been happening. And it's not a matter of, I don't think, of it being, you know, somebody's not doing their job right, or the board questions that they have the ability to do the job. The thing is that from my perspective, since I've been on the board, is just trying to be in the line with IDAPA rule and the statute, because in my brain those are our guidelines, right? And that's where our policies are derived from. So I think that was the thing, was that it was just a shortcut, that since Brian's the one that always, Mr. Wallace is the one that always delivers the information, with the exception of these reports required by statute, that we make him. But I agree with some of the argument I heard on the video that, you know, it's not good to have CFO and the treasurer the same person. So I don't think, from my perspective anyways, that we believe that Ms. Hapney is, you know, good at her job or not good at her job. So how do we resolve not being on the line with the statute?
I think we at least have to, if we're gonna keep Cindy as the treasurer, then we have to appoint Brian as the assistant treasurer so that she can defer the duty of reporting to the board to her assistant, because he would act in her absence, and if she's not going to be here at a meeting to do it, she is absent from the meeting, and therefore he has to act in her stead. That's the only way I see around it.
And I would agree with that if that's the route we end up taking. My reading of the statute is a little different than what I heard.
What is your understanding
Well,
of
my
it?
understanding of the statute is the treasurer is responsible for preparing the reports. There isn't anything in the statute that says she has to be physically present.
She doesn't prepare the reports that she gives to us. Mr. Wallace does those. That was one question I asked last time, was whether he prepares them or she prepares them. He prepares them and brings them to us. So that's.
I'm gonna ask Brian to respond to that, I guess, because that isn't what I heard. But
I think what I said last time is that, effectively, all the data as far as the bank reconciliation, the recording of revenues, are, maintained and entered in the system by Cindy, and then I oversee that. And that I'm using system reports to generate that Excel file like I talked about. So I guess I'm physically doing the Excel file, but where I'm getting the source data is really from the work of the treasurer.
she did, yeah.
So I guess both trustees are correct.
There we go.
I don't understand why she can't show up. Everybody else has to show up. Just let her off early one day during the week or whatever. And if I don't know.
Yeah, there's
If
actually
she's supposed to
more,
report to the board, then
yeah, there's actually more to it than that I don't think is appropriate for public discussion.
I don't know. The other issue is that, okay, so we accept reports signed by her, these reports that are delivered that the statute talks about, but then what if there's questions, and what do we do? We just wait till the next meeting, or, because we can't email, we can't talk about it without.
I don't know, has the board ever been in a situation where you had a question that Mr. Wallace couldn't respond to?
Absolutely.
Yes. You've been there a lot longer than I have, so.
Well, in this position I might have, but I don't think in the district. But yeah, we have been, and that's part of this discussion here, I guess, is how do we do that? I don't know that, maybe we need clarification on that, or we just go ahead and do it.
Who signs the checks?
The board chair is one signature and Cindy Happney is the other signature.
Okay. Who does the bank rec?
Cindy Happney.
See, there's your separation of duty that should be separated. She should not be reconciling bank statements for checks that she's signing. That should be, so therefore Brian should be signing, should be the other signatory, and she can be the person doing the bank recs. That's where the separation of duties should be coming from. Who's signing the checks and who's reconciling the bank statements? Who's signing off on the bank statement reconciliation?
And to be able to do a warrant has to go through the encumbrance process, through the purchase order process, the purchase requisition, which she does not sign off on. Okay. And there's like several levels. The person that's instigating the principal at the building, then it goes to, if it's secondary, it goes to Ms. Arnold, and if it's elementary, it goes to Dr. Pasley, then goes to CFO Wallace, and then it goes to me before we even allow a warrant to be, before we even allow any ordering to happen. So it has a lot of checks and balances that she's not involved in at all before it even gets to the purchase part, and then she does the warrant part, and board chair Thompson's signature.
And for the bank rec specifically, Ms. Haffney is doing most of the work at that, but before it's finalized, I review it and I sign off on it every time and do a second set of eyes on that.
Okay.
So there's just not one, but that, you're right.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we temporarily appoint Cindy Haffney as treasurer until we can revisit this and get our ducks in a row, so at least we're not without the treasurer.
We did do that last time, right? Didn't we do that?
No.
No, we didn't, we tabled the whole thing. Oh,
No,
okay.
but right now we
Okay.
have two motions on the table because Mr. Jones did motion
Oh.
to
I
appoint
will-
Cindy.
I will withdraw mine there.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion.
I'll second it with the understanding that CFO Wallace is the assistant district treasurer. Can we do
Can
them
we do
both
that?
together?
Temporarily
As a motion,
until it's-
temporarily.
So you're amending my motion.
Sure.
Or you could withdraw it, and then we could just do a whole new one.
If the maker of the motion agrees
I do.
to the second as it was stated,
Yes, I do.
then we have but one motion.
There's a motion and a second. There we go.
Alright, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries.
Congratulations, Brian.
Moving on to the organizational chart for 2021-22. This chart, Dr. Meyer brought it to my attention that this is supposed to be, she was understanding that this comes up at the start of the school year. I recall from last year that we brought this up in January after the board was done. However, she wants it noted that she's bringing it to the board, because my concern was, well, we still don't have a treasurer. But we put on there, Cindy does not state that she is temporarily appointed. But this is currently how our district is governed. And then I did state to Dr. Meyer that if we do have administrative type changes, I do believe it would be appropriate to bring the organizational chart back to the board for approval with the new changes, should we need a new principal or whatnot. Which we don't. We need no new principals. I'm just, it's just, you know, hypothetically.
Well, we'll have to do it when we hire the new clerk, so.
Yeah, we'd have to bring it back with the new clerk. So, that being said, does anybody have any questions on the organizational flow chart?
No, this is very well done.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Thank you to Rebecca.
Good job, Rebecca.
There, if you don't have
Good
enough.
job. Right, I'll entertain a motion on the district organizational chart.
I'll move.
Go for it.
I'll move to approve the district organizational chart as presented.
Second it.
Hearing a motion in a second, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Next item is the John Brown Elementary Roofing Project. This is a bid to, I believe, complete the remainder of the roof, is that correct, Dr. Meyer? Yep. Okay, and the bid's for $128,000, $128,025. And this would be the final phase for that roof. Does anybody have any questions, comments, or concerns?
I do have one question.
Okay.
Brian, it mentions in there the organization through which this was arranged. I've forgotten the name of it. It starts with an O.
It's the national, he's talking about the National Cooperative.
Oh, NASPO? Yeah.
Yeah, for us novices, would you mind describing that for us? Because it's unusual to have a proposal that large without going through a bid process, I guess.
Correct. So, yeah, some of the purchasing cooperatives over the last several years have changed. One was called Omni. I think it became NASPO. The WISCA conference, which was the Western State Contracting Alliance, started doing these large bids for not only, let's say, office supplies or maybe just individual cars, but doing bids for even modular buildings, for construction projects and roofs. In fact, like the KCDA, the King County Directors Association, Washington, they're a purchasing cooperative. You can actually go, they've competitively bid, and if you're a member, you can piggyback on their bid for field turf, which is $500,000 purchases, for gym floors, for modular buildings. And so Jimmy's Roofing is one of the vendors who went through these purchasing cooperatives that we're a member of, and is in effect went through the competitive bid process, and we're able to piggyback on that.
So are those contractors or vendors vetted in some way by that organization, or how do they get there?
Yeah, they have a process. Every organization's a little bit different, whether it's WISCA or KCDA or NASPO, but they are vetted. That we, I guess, have had our own process because we had a successful project with Jimmy's Roofing, who, when we first did the first roofing project, it was a competitive bid process, and they won the bid, and then the quality was good. They're a local company in the Northwest, and so we've been using this contract ever since on the last few projects, and it seemed to work well. The good thing about some of them is we've the materials and some of those are sort of set. They do have some RS means where if the price goes up, that they can, cover their costs if need be.
They have an escalator clause?
Yeah, things like that. But for this, since this is a re-roof project and it's really the coating, and they're not getting like roofing material of shingles or TPO or things like that, we're going to be okay on the price because the sealant and the coating is not having the fluctuations that the other construction materials are having right now.
Okay. So I'm still just trying to understand the process. We're a party to this organization, and he is also a party to it in some form or another.
So yeah, so the organization, they'll say that we want to, let's get out of roofing, let's say like copier contracts. They'll say we want to be able to have, a lot of agencies want to be able to bid on a copier contract. So they'll go out and say to the copier vendors, to Konica Minolta and Canon and all them, saying, here's the general specifications,
right.
Give us a bid.
Right.
They'll bid, then one of those vendors, maybe one of two, will win the bid, and then you can piggyback on that bid.
Okay, so he actually bid in some.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and
that's what I'm getting at.
Yes, and I think there's even been where in Idaho statute that let's say there's a recent bid on, let's say, a modular building down in Idaho Falls, and if it's within 6 months, often we can piggyback on that bid since it was such a recent bid and use if the specs were the exact same. And this is like this, but it lasts a little longer than that time frame.
So in this case, if there were other contractors in the area who do the same kind of work, they would have to get vetted and approved and then bid through that organization?
Right, they would have to submit a bid through that organization. So for example, for a lot of our custodial supplies, we purchase through Walter E. Nelson, and we can just take a look at custodial supplies and just purchase off, I guess, their published rate. Mm-hmm. Since we're a member of NASPO, they actually have, Walter E. Nelson went through that. I can say, okay, well, what's your NASPO pricing? And generally it's better than their rack rate because they went through a competitive bid process. So since we're a member of this cooperative, we get the better pricing.
Thank you.
Sure.
Sorry to take much time.
No, it's fine.
Still learning.
I asked that
I hear you.
question when I first met, because I think the project came up at one of my first meetings too, a different section of that roof, so.
Yeah, that roof. Shiny roof. Does anybody have any other questions or comments, discussion? Okay, I'll entertain a motion on the, oh, I see a hand up in the corner of my eye.
I have a question. So was this part of the money that we set aside before, or we knew was like coming down the pipeline? Remember when we had the squares and the roofing, the aerial view?
Yes.
Was this, okay.
This is actually, we're actually finishing really the two last major sections of it.
Okay.
And that, yeah, so we'd be pretty much done with John Brown's coating, and it comes with a 20-year warranty.
Okay, so this is basically something we had already budgeted for then?
Correct, it's from
Okay.
the plant facility fund, and
Okay.
yeah, it was on that list of what
Yeah.
we provided, yes.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions.
Okay. Then I'll entertain a motion regarding the John Brown Elementary roofing project.
I'll move to approve the John Brown Roofing Elementary project as presented.
I'll second it.
Give it to David.
Thanks.
Hearing a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. And just so you both know, Trustee Quimby and Trustee Jones, we were instructed to raise our hands so that if we ever could, because I couldn't audit, I didn't hear you,
Right.
and I looked over and no hand was raised, so I had to wait, which I don't care about, but it speeds the process up if all the hands just go up, just so you know. That's why we do it.
Okay.
Alrighty. Moving on.
Use our right hand like we're.
You're swearing.
Swearing.
And this
I
is
think
my
we're all
vote.
right-handed, that's why the right one goes up, but I could be wrong. Let's, moving on to the food service truck.
That's why they did dinner. And now I get it.
And it was a marvelous dinner.
It was
amazing.
they put together really well. It was time to do dinner again.
So, Betty, you have the information packet on the food service truck that we'd like to purchase.
Who will be the vendor of this?
It's the RWC group at Isuzu out of Spokane. We solicited bids from multiple vendors, and they were the only ones who responded with the specifications. Knudsen and Robidoux, who we purchased like used truck from the past,
Right.
they couldn't get a truck with a box that was short enough. It was too tall, and they said, we don't have it. So that was, and the Isuzu truck was the only one that came in where it can fit under the eaves at John Brown at the ramp, is really what the issue is. So we had, that was the only one.
So
with
this
the
would be
specs.
a brand new truck?
Correct.
First time?
First time.
And Kevin, will this ensure the same quality of nutritional food that we've been getting?
Yes.
Good.
I have a couple of questions. Is the 71,000 total cost, or is that per truck?
That's for one truck,
That's
which
for one
includes a lift gate and E-track. And the lift gate it's about a $5,000 to $7,000 add-on we have to
Yeah,
have.
I know, gates are expensive. So we're looking at actually 142,000.
Oh, no, we're only buying one truck.
One truck.
Okay. All right, because, all right. So you
Yeah, I
want
just
one
listed
truck,
the
but
two
you're
trucks
listing
that
two
are,
trucks.
right, so the oldest one, the 190,000 mile one,
Mhm.
we would
And we'll-
sort of use as a spare. The other one at the 160, we're still gonna use that for a few more miles.
Okay. Are either of these trucks having mechanical issues that it's being prudent we replace this, or is this because it's on the replacement schedule?
We started both of these trucks over the last 2 or 3 years. We've had to put dollars into for sure because of the mileage.
Okay.
So
Yeah, they're in their end of life and have had to do multiple repairs, and they're a 20-year-old truck.
Okay.
If we're down a vehicle, we can't get food out to the kiddos.
correct.
Okay. When I met with you over at the food building,
Nutrition services.
the nutrition services building, excuse me. There are other projects that you said that you're interested in to help improve that facility. Do you think the truck takes precedent over that?
For sure. I mean, it's important, but because of the 2 years we've had with the COVID feeding and the extra meals and our current fund balance, that would be in addition to what we're requesting tonight. So the freezer that we talked about when I showed you, that would be something that we're also looking at doing as well. The truck's a must.
The truck is a must.
And
okay.
And for both projects, because the food service program has been in the black the last couple of years, and with the free meals for all kids, participation's up, and he's having a good year, we can easily do both those projects and move forward and improve the program. Those dollars in the food service program have to stay in that program, and there are some restrictions on how you spend that money. For example, like this truck, we had to get approval from the state to say this is what we'd like to do with the resources, and they signed off first before we went to you. They weren't going to sign off, there's no reason to go forward. But for capital projects, that's just sort of part of the food service program because it's dealing with federal dollars. But we definitely have fund balance in the food service program to do, the truck, look at the refrigeration at the central kitchen, and also replace equipment at the satellite kitchens.
Well, and the only reason I bring this up is I know when I was going around with Dr. Meyer and we did go to the Child Nutrition Services building, I really appreciated your insight and everything that you'd like to see happen there. But nothing that's been provided to us has said, hey, we need a new truck, or hey, we want to do those additions, that we need a new freezer. None of that's been coming before us. So I was just kind of shocked I'm not saying we don't need it. I'm just saying I was shocked to see it because I hadn't heard about it, and now we need a new truck. So that's.
And I thought last year I put together a 3-year equipment replacement list, which had a truck, refrigeration, and some other things, but
okay.
I think that was included in that 3-year replacement.
Okay, I'm not sure. I recall seeing that, but I'm sure you did do that. So thank you.
I would move approval of purchase of the food service truck from the stated vendor.
Okay, we have a motion.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries.
But I do have a question.
Oops, can't.
Oh,
just kidding.
I've just noticed, so there's only like 25,000 miles difference between these two trucks. How many miles a year do we put on these vehicles? Like, should we plan next year for another truck? Or, 25,000 miles isn't that much in this area,
So we did, in 2018, we did purchase a new truck.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So this is just speaking to the two that are aging and.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, so we're good then. This other one that was the example or the comparison is
Right.
just like a standby or what have you, kind of, or we're still using it, but it's not detrimental that we. Okay.
How many
Right.
trucks do we have?
3.
3. Okay.
So then I have another question. The other community activities that you cater to, how are these trucks used or other vehicles used? Or, so these are the same trucks, like for the Rathrum Chamber or
Yes.
whatever, okay, or whatever other events that you do in the community. So how does that work? As far as cost? So Chartwell's, we buy the truck, but Chartwell's caters events that are not related to the community, to the school district.
We receive those revenues. The
They
food
pay
service
for it.
program receives those revenues. So that it is part of, Chartwell's provides that service, and of course they charge us for their labor and you know, the food and things like that, and the management fee. But otherwise but all the revenue, so whatever the chamber gives us for the, you know, comes to us.
Yes.
So it helps, you know, does help our bottom line some because
Sure. I was just curious.
Yeah.
And I don't mean to pick on the chamber, but it's the only one I'm like familiar with. It's the only place I've been to. So the overhead is, for whatever it might be, you know, besides labor, mileage. I mean, I don't know where they get drove to, you know, like outside of district stuff. I was just curious how that.
Most of the catering we do is it's within.
Right here,
Yeah.
okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Those were the only questions I had. Thank you for dinner too.
Thank you.
It was
Right, thank you.
excellent.
Thank you. Moving on to the bus bid increase. Say that.
This is actually pretty strange. Got an email, I tried to explain it in your board agenda item, from actually the president of Bryson Sales saying that they needed to increase the price of $3,000. They communicated my transportation director. When I heard that, my first was, well, I went to Harlow's, which is the competitor, and said, could you meet your bid price? They said no. So then I called Bryson and I said, well, you know, you're breaking the contract. I got quite a bit of heartburn. We had a pretty good conversation, but bottom line, they weren't going to budge. I mean, at this point, they weren't going to deliver the buses unless we had the price increase. So then I called Harlow's again, saying, well, it looks like, you know, the bid's not there. I said, what would be your price? You know, as opposed to what would the increase? And that's when their rep said, actually, I can't give you a gas-powered bus right now. That his factory, which they're international, is what Harlow sells, says that they're canceling all their gas engine orders for everyone he's had. Harlow's out of Missoula. Factory can't make them because of supply problems. So I tried to say our options are, one is if we continue with the bid, we just, you know, pay the additional $12,000. Assuming now, if I call Bryson, can you still give me the buses? Option two is we certainly aren't obligated to, if they don't meet the bid, we could just say thanks but no thanks. And if that was the case, I did talk with our mechanics. They say that, you know, especially special ed buses, we really do need to get some new ones. So if we were going to not get the gas engines with the increase, they would like us to go out to bid again for some diesel engines, and we would probably get, you know, we'd go through the process again. Whether the diesel engines would be more now than they were when we did, I just don't know. It's really strange times. I've never, you know, I called the state saying, what can we do, you know, as far as, I have my quote, when we get reimbursed for the buses, we have to send a lot of paperwork to the state saying that, you know, the check we wrote is matching the bid docs and things like that. And then I said, well, they wouldn't match, I'd be over. And they said, we just have to have an explanation, and they would sign off on it. But they said, you should hold their feet to the fire. I mean, you can't force them to give us the bus.
Did the state offer any assistance about holding the feet to the fire?
Not much. I called the regional rep. I mean, yeah, but yeah, I'm not a.
Because the State Department really should step in instances like that, I believe.
Right. I called them and reached out, and there wasn't, you know, a whole lot of.
It's your problem.
It was sort of, your problem.
Yeah. A couple of other questions. What was the rationale for the increase in the cost?
I think they're just having the same thing that we're seeing across the board, that their cost to get, you know, parts and maybe use their labor too, I don't know, but I think most of it is just that they're getting hit with cost increases and price increases from to get engine parts to manufacture the bus, and so the manufacturer is, which is Bluebird. If we want Bryson, it's a Bluebird bus. Bluebird's passing that on to the dealer effectively, to Bryson Sales, and Bryson Sales, you know, is gonna. They're probably, my guess is their increases per bus are more than the 3,000, but they at least we're gonna get to where they're not losing money on the deal.
So did their proposal have an escalator clause in it?
It'd be our RFP. I don't believe I did. Yeah, we may have to. It might be prudent to actually ask, you know, an attorney, Megan O'Dowd or something, to look at our RFP, and if there's some language that we should put in the next time we go around.
Yeah. You know, I don't know how familiar the board is with contractor type businesses, but if you're a contractor in business and you pull that kind of stunt, you're going to lose business all over the place going forward. And, you know, the problem we have is we're between a rock and a hard place, because number one, we probably need the buses. Number two, you have a limited amount of vendors that you can go to even talk about. And thirdly, if you rebid for diesel buses, the cost is going to go way up because they're diesel buses. So it's a real problem. But that's why I think the State Department has an obligation to step in and help with this kind of thing.
Right, I absolutely agree. Like, what's the recourse? So I assume, I'm sure, knowing you, that we, you know, crossed all our T's and dotted our I's, we turned everything in, they accepted, right? They gave us a proposal, we accepted the proposal, sent it back, all in a timely manner, and then they just decide to come back and say, oh, by the way,
yeah, I mean, it was a sealed bid, and we accepted it, and you approved, you know, remember when you approved, and then after that, we actually generate a purchase order for the amount and give it to them as, you know, here's your official PO. So yeah, we went through all those steps.
Yeah, I agree with Trustee Jones. There has to be something, whether it's a ding on their, you know, vendor. So I mean,
at the very least, you notify the Better Business Bureau.
Yeah, that's what I.
They're unscrupulous in the way they do business. I mean, that's the way I feel about it.
Yeah, after it was all done, I could see if we were late to the table, or we drug our feet, or something. So the buses, Harlow's, but Harlow's was the other vendor, right? They have nothing like in stock they can give us.
He actually, no. Okay. No, buses are built by order. So once you order them, they're about 6 months out. So when I asked him, I said, well, what would be the...
Because they have some,
what would be
that's why I asked. There was 3 listed on their website. One had like 1,500 miles, one had 1,700 miles gas, but they were big buses, and I don't remember what these were. These were 71 passenger buses, and they had 3. That's why I asked that if those
I don't think I mean,
okay.
I don't know what
Sure.
Harlow's have. They usually don't sell off the lot. I mean, you have to order it from the factory. Right now he's canceling. So he's had other RFPs and bids that they did in multiple states that they're not saying give me $3,000 more. They're saying we can't deliver it.
Sure.
And are sort of canceling the order. So that's where Harlow's is. If we went with a diesel engine bid, we would probably get bids from 3 vendors. There's sort of 3 players in the bus business right now in the Northwest. Bryson and Harlow's are the only ones who are providing gas engines, though. The other vendor is only diesel.
And if I remember right, we had
I think that's Western Bus Sales.
Are we running any of the diesel buses?
Oh yeah. So the reason we decided to go to gas is really, you know, Bert and Rod, is the new emissions on the diesel engines are just are just a maintenance nightmare. And so some of these new gas engines that are, you know, have the same horse, they're quieter, and it's just easier with the emissions and stuff. And so a couple of years ago we started going to them. They seem to be running great. But yeah, we still maintain diesel engines. And they would rather have, you know, something than nothing for sure. So if the board wanted to go out to bid again, we start to do that, and we get bids on the diesel. And the costs generally have been about the same, except right now with all these cost increases, I could see it being more than what the bids came in at, even with the 3,000.
Yeah, the diesel engines used to be about $5,000 more than the gas.
Yeah, so maybe that could be the case.
And Brian, I don't recall, because it was a while that we approved this. Are these replacing buses or are they adding to the fleet?
They're replacing. So part of the bid was the 4 worst buses we had. We got a little bit of trade-in value on them.
Can we go back to them and say we want more for our trade-ins?
We want 3,000 more for trade-in.
We'd like 3,000 more per
so
trade-in.
3,500 maybe. Yeah.
Split the difference.
There we
Exactly.
go. Just a thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's your knee-jerk? What's your recommendation?
I mean, a lot of times you start looking at the program, we need the buses, and to get buses by September, you sort of need to order now, honestly. So for the 12,000, I'm thinking that's the best way, and hold my nose. Yeah, I mean, it's.
Let them know we're not happy and it won't happen again.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we can do that. I can look also in the, and that might have to be, you know, some RFPs, you know, you certainly are able to, you know, rate on more than one factor. Price is the highest weighted factor, but there's other factors of reliability, things like that. And I'm not sure if we can put a clause like that in an actual bus bid because we have some state law we have to deal with. But having a factor, we can at least put 10% of the weight, and then we could always ding them on that weight. That maybe they don't get future bids because of past practice. I mean, I'd want to clear that up with, make sure that we're legal, but we certainly are able to rate other things like that.
I would just say letting Bryson know that should they ever win a bid again, we're not gonna, and they try to do this, we wouldn't go with the increase.
Right.
I think it will help with morale also. It does, it's something that the drivers do if we keep.
Oh, yeah.
So I think that
no.
it's, I would concur with his recommendation for that piece alone.
Well, bottom line, if our contracts or bid proposals or our RFPs or whatever we call them doesn't have the appropriate language to protect us from people or vendors doing this, that needs to be resolved. So
for sure,
okay. Any other questions for CFO Wallace? Okay, thank you, Brian. That being said, I'll entertain a motion regarding the bus bid increase.
I move that we accept the bus bid increase.
Second.
Hearing a motion in a second, all in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Follow up, I'd like the superintendent to communicate on behalf of the school board to the State Department of Education that they need to step in and deal with this. We're one district, but they assist every one of the 115 school districts in the state. And they have much more leverage than we do.
I agree. No one opposed, so the motion carried. Moving on to the spring athletic schedule. Does anyone have any questions, comments, or concerns on the schedules that were presented for spring activities?
No, but I did note picture day.
Again, that was there, yes.
So if anybody wants a nicer picture out there in the hallway, the entryway.
We're all on red background now.
So Lakeland Middle School, the middle school's basketball season hasn't even started yet, Lakeland's, but Timberlake's has, and they're done, like Timberlake is done. Timberlake Middle School is done with their basketball season, but Lakeland hasn't even started theirs?
Oh, this is for spring sports, not basketball.
No, it's on there.
Did you read it? It's basketball.
Obviously not. Give me a break.
That's
Oh,
what I was like,
boys.
wait a minute, I just saw that the 8th grade girls at Timberlake Middle School just won their district championship, but.
Oh, wow. And these were
And-
in February before, oh, they're coming up.
Mhm.
Yeah, they're not even, they don't even start till next week. I just thought it was really weird that, you know, maybe this group of schools did theirs, but this group, maybe because they're playing like a different group of schools that they didn't start theirs yet because of the lack of.
It had to do with the different classifications, 3A and 4A. The 4A schools are doing it a little later, and the 3A did it earlier.
Yeah.
And so that's
Next
why.
sheet, right there.
Yeah.
8th grade boys basketball.
And then and there's girls too, but yeah, I thought that was interesting. I was like, huh, I guess I didn't notice when the winter sports came through that the Lakeland Middle Schools weren't included with that, but they're coming now for spring. Anyway, I just wanted to kind of clarify that. Okay.
You weren't.
Thanks for that.
If there's no further discussion, then I'll entertain a motion on the spring athletic schedule.
I'll move to approve the spring athletic schedules as listed, posted, as presented.
I second it.
Having a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Next item for approval is the new club applications. It appears there were 2. Does anyone have any?
2? You gotta scroll down that list there, lady.
Oh.
There's numerous.
Oh my lord. Okay, you're right. It's the whole Excel.
So this is only new ones. We're not having everybody.
Those that exist, so one of the things that I will be working on, and I would like to actually touch base with Board Chair Thompson, is to put together a protocol similar to what Dr. Pasley's put together for the policy review committee. And I will work with her on that, but the plan is that all of the currently existing clubs will submit their paperwork by June.
Okay.
Or in June. So that everybody's ready to roll into the fall. But these are just brand new.
Okay.
So there's an FFA club and an FFA class? Okay.
I don't like this format. I think it's hard. So
Oh, good. I'm glad that you've said that.
I
'cause
have
I
an
would like to
idea.
recommend we
Yep, nope, I have an idea of how to
Okay, perfect.
resolve that.
Good.
That I want to chat with you about.
Perfect. Okay, does anybody have any questions, comments, or more discussion on the clubs that have been presented?
I think the culinary club is cool.
Lisa, without having to go through all these in great detail, have you gone through everything checks out with each one of these groups that's making a request in terms of having a sponsor,
Yes.
advisor?
And the way our policy reads is that the club has to also let the principal know, and the principal's got to be comfortable with that.
So they've signed off on this?
Yes. And that will be part of that documentation that I would like to provide, is on what date did the principal see it and whether or not they approved it.
Okay.
So we'll have all of that documentation moving forward.
That'd be great. If there's no other questions or further discussion, I'll entertain a motion on the new club applications.
I'll move to approve the new club applications as presented.
Second it.
Hearing a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Moving on to the curriculum, we have the supplemental resources for board consideration and additional supplemental resources for board consideration. As a reminder, because we've moved to one board meeting a month, we're no longer doing a first read and then approving. We're going ahead because we're being notified in advance of the meeting of the curriculum that's coming up for approval. And these are all, well, there was one supplemental math program, but I believe the rest were all library resources. And I did note there was, I thought a parent had a valid point. Why would we put a coloring book in the library? It didn't seem, I'm just curious, what, do you have any input on that?
All I know is it was a donated book, and
Okay.
so, it was, you know, it's not a purchase, it's just something that was donated, and so they're not
Okay.
turning it away.
Okay.
There
Seems
are,
fair.
I think there are some little words at the bottom, and there's some.
Oh, I just didn't know if it
Yeah.
should have been more of a teacher resource, because she
Right.
was like, are the teachers gonna be copying pages?
Right,
And I
right,
thought, well,
right.
those are good questions to ask.
Right, yeah, my understanding is it's a donated book.
Okay, okay. So does anyone have any questions on the first supplemental resources for board consideration? These were actually presented at the January board meeting. Yeah, oops. Okay, does anybody have any questions on the second supplemental resources?
I would move approval of both supplemental resource lists.
I'll second that. Hearing a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Moving on to board policy. We have 2 new policies. The same thing is gonna happen with policies. Because typically with first reads, there's not a lot of conversation or input. So if there is input or, if there's significant conversation, then we could easily table it. However, they're no longer coming for first read, we're coming with policies to enact.
And all of this information is also in the shared directory for the board policy, that the board all has access to. So anything that Dr. Pasley has brought to the committee and any updates, it's all in there if you wanna look at it to see any discussion or trickle down effect or anything like that.
It's all in where?
There's a board policy, shared drive in your Google Drive that, houses all that information. I can show you where it's at after the meeting.
Well, that would be.
Yeah.
I was going to suggest, only because I'm behind the times here a little bit, you know, when you offer policies with changes, what I'm used to seeing is language stricken,
Correct.
with a strikeout through
Yes.
language being deleted, new language is underlined.
Yes.
But I'm not seeing that here, so that's all.
Right.
That is how we've done it in the past.
That is, yes.
Yeah, and even colored coded because sometimes it's a statute change or an
Yeah.
ISBA change and
Right.
Yeah.
all that, but I agree with you, and that is all in the board directory. The feedback from the public has been, and other board members, that it was too much and confusing and they didn't know what correlated to what, even though there was a key. It was too much for them, but I will show you that directory so that you can see all of that information. Unless you're saying you would like it attached to the agenda in that manner.
Well, we can easily.
No, if I can see it ahead of time, I guess that would be
Okay.
one thing, but. Yeah.
Well, it's not a requirement that you see it ahead of time, but some board members like more time to actually dive into things. But what we can do is put a clean copy and then the copy with all the corrections, so you can look at the corrected copy if you'd like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I guess if I had a preference.
Okay, what's your preference?
When we look at this, for example, tonight,
Uh-huh.
if you had the documents showing you know, the language being struck and the new language being underlined or color-coded, whichever you might prefer.
Okay.
That we could adopt on that basis, and then the final draft, of course, would be cleaned of all of that and put in the policy manual.
Okay.
But-
So you would much rather
But I'll
have,
acquiesce to whatever you'd like to do.
so what I'm hearing you say is you'd prefer for us to bring the policy in its corrected form
Yeah,
for approval, so that we know what corrections we're approving.
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds fair.
If that's agreeable, I mean,
I don't have any issue with that. Nope. Do you, Trustee? Nope. Okay, perfect. Okay, so for next month's meeting, we'll go ahead and operate that way. So, which, yeah, it is a good point, because I usually point out what we've changed, what
Yeah.
all the corrections were.
And we'd have to pop back and forth between the two resources.
Dr. Pasley,
between-
since you're here, if I recall, there was changes based on ISBA correction, or legislative changes in ISBA
It was
adjustments.
specific to
Okay.
recommendations, it wasn't a required.
Okay. I know some of the parent feedback and concern dealt with a lot of people wanted us to change the September date, which isn't something we can do because that's governed by statute. Okay, does anybody have any questions or comments on this policy? Thank you, Dr. Messi.
Nope. Yeah, there's just some cleanup stuff. The policy 3060 underline needs a line preceding it, and the period after the 3060 needs to be removed.
So
There's a formatting issue.
Okay, so you wanna remove the underline of policy 3060?
No.
No.
It
Add it
needs-
under district.
What?
It needs, it needs, oh, I see, yes, that is correct, I was reading it wrong, I thought it was going into policy 3060, the line does need to be removed. The
Okay.
underline, and
Okay.
I guess the period's fine, so it's not actually another header, it's the
Correct.
continuation of the sentence.
Correct, because it's complying with policy 3060. Okay.
Which, in our other document, is probably a hyperlink, that's why it's underlined.
Oh, very,
And it-
very well. Could
And
be.
it lost the link in the PDF.
Oh, okay, so on the website it would be clickable. Okay, got it.
Yeah. So either way,
Okay.
that's all I had.
And then the second policy, sorry, here we are, is the oath of office procedure, because it's a P policy. We have not had the procedure, oh wait, no, we did. I'm trying to remember this one. It's really important to have that extra, that copy with the changes so we can. let the
This one,
trustees know.
remember specifically, not a lot of changes, but we condensed it because it had specific to if you were appointed versus if you were elected.
Correct.
And it had the exact same language in kind of 4 paragraphs, and we condensed it to 2, so it just read better,
Okay,
specific to the procedure.
yes.
And
there
then
wasn't
we
any-
had it in a big long narrative, and we
Right.
separated it into bullets or numbers, I can't remember which one.
Numbers, yep.
Yeah.
Yes, numbers.
Mhm.
I'm really proud that I remembered that off the top of my head.
You're amazing.
Not really, not.
Yes, you are.
Okay. Yeah, and then there was some, some clarification language with respect to the fact that a trustee, when elected in November, serves from January 1 through January 1
At noon.
but we didn't put the noon part in there, at noon when their term expires, and then the new trustee takes office at noon on January 1.
And there was lots of discussion around do you do it directly after, or do you
Right.
put that 15-day mark, and what does that look like?
Right, right. Okay, does anybody have any questions or comments on 1120P?
No.
Okay, then I'll entertain a motion on the board policies 3000 and 1120P as presented.
I'll move to approve the board policies 3000, 1120P as presented.
A second.
Hearing a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Moving on to discussion items. First item up is the Boys and Girls Club for the City of Rathdrum.
Dr. Meyer was invited to participate in a meeting at City Hall, but she had another meeting scheduled and had a conflict and asked me to attend, which I did, and I felt it was important to give you a heads up. They're going to actually roll this out at the State of the Community luncheon in Rathdrum on February 17th, and there is mention of the district, so I wanted to get you informed before you say, what is this? So it's a really great opportunity for our community. Although when I was talking to CFO Wallace, he has lived through the implementation of a Boys and Girls Club in Coeur d'Alene and understands some of the things that as a board you're going to need to navigate should we participate in the way that they want us to. So Ron Nielsen, Chief Holmes, Leon Deuce, who's the city manager, we're all there, as well as two of Ron's partners. So this is kind of what their pitch was. Right now they currently have 5,000 kids attending the two clubs in Post Falls and Coeur d'Alene, and they're very excited about coming to Rathdrum. Students get a snack. For some kids it's the last time they eat that day. They have some data that suggests that they actually can help increase overall GPA by providing some homework help. They provide a place where kids feel safe and loved, so those kids who in our communities, and this would serve not just the Rathdrum community kids, but also Spirit Lake and Apple is their hope. So it's for the district students, not just the city of Rathdrum. But they are trying to kind of reduce the number of latchkey kids that we have in our communities, and then just they really feel like, based on the feedback they get back from the students who participate, that they are changing their lives forever. So that was their pitch. Oh, sorry, I guess I can use my arrow. These are just, Alexis is watching you with the mouse. These are pictures of their two buildings in Post Falls and Coeur d'Alene. That first one was Post Falls. This is Coeur d'Alene's.
Where's the Coeur d'Alene's building?
It's on school district property. It's right next to Lakes Middle School, right there.
On 15.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was a really close partnership between the district and
That's
Boys and
Lakes
Girls
Middle
Club.
School in the corner there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's how close it is.
Wow. Okay.
So what do the kids do when they're there? They start to prepare for their future. This isn't my slideshow, this is what they presented. They play games and get exercise. They do arts and crafts. This is a picture of some kids that participated in a speech competition to prepare for interviews and being out kind of in the adult world. And then how do they get started? So first is raise the awareness, which is why they're going to roll this out at the State of the Community. Share their story, find a temporary location. They actually walked the now vacant Napa Auto Parts store since the new one opened over there. So they're looking at that location as the temporary location while they look for land to build a permanent facility. And here, number 5 is this is why I want to make sure you were aware. In the other 2 districts, the school districts provide the busing to get the kids from schools to the Boys and Girls Club. So they are going to want us to work with them to do that. As I said, Brian worked through that and he understands kind of some of the pitfalls of that. Again, they will change kids' lives forever. This just really is a quick little, I just wanted to give you a heads up that this is coming.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
So would it be prudent for, trustees to attend the Rathrum luncheon so we might hear and be informed and?
I would definitely recommend.
I've only got one RSVP. I put it in there twice, but I've only got one RSVP, so I'm happy to reserve other people if they can go.
I was gonna say, do it quickly because the doors are closing on it.
Yeah, well, we have seats at our
Yeah.
table, and Board Chair Thompson, you were the chamber member, so you are already gonna be there.
However, if one more trustee comes, we need to post a quorum, because even though he's a chamber person.
Right. Well, and she can, yeah, we can, if I get more RSVPs, I can certainly have her doing them, saying no activity, no action will be taken.
Sit at a different table.
They're very excited. There was a lot of energy in the room. They're very excited to bring this. Brian and I did talk about, in addition to the busing, we also have a base program that would be impacted by this. And so there just are some things that, as a district, the board's going to need to kind of take into consideration as you decide how you want to move forward with the partnership, if that's what you choose to do.
Do Post Falls and Coeur d'Alene have base style programs of their own as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, next item up for discussion. It says curriculum, but it's actually the second quarter parent novel opt-out. We had asked Mrs. Arnold to report to us with how many novels parents may be opting their students out of, just so that we could get a feel of what the community's desiring. And according to the report, everybody's happy.
I did do a quick little follow-up that's not, it doesn't show in here, but I think the reason that we asked for this was because we had quite a dynamic conversation about a request for a novel at the high school level. So far, we haven't hit a quarter yet where that novel has been taught. So I just want you to know that I don't want to give you false sense as far as what this looks like. So all of our other traditional novels, nobody has any trouble with. We just haven't gotten to the point yet where that particular novel might be used.
Okay, sounds great.
Thank you for specifying that. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Next is the new home developments, the request for funds. I had asked to have some conversation on this because, as we all know, we are not allowed, there's no assessment fees that can be impact fees that can be assigned to developers or builders or whatever. So the district doesn't get any monies from the abundant amount of growth that we're seeing. So not that long ago, CFO Wallace devised a plan to, I don't necessarily know if it's negotiation, but to throw it out there to the developers that we'd like, it was initially $500, correct? And then you raised it to $1,000?
Yeah, well, yeah, first it wasn't just my idea. I didn't do it in a bubble.
Well,
I was in collaboration with Dr. Meyer, and I think she did have conversations with the board that we're approaching vendors or developers. So the genesis of some of this happened is that first we were approached first by a developer who offered $300 once out of the blue, because they're hoping to get a letter of support for their project. And at that point, I think we still sort of had a neutral letter. Then other developers started offering the same thing, and they were thinking, what would the price be? So the first blush at it, the $500 where I came with that number, and there wasn't a lot of science behind it, is that we recently had a donation of land from
Brookshire.
From Brookshire, thank you. And, you know, the value of that was probably about $500,000, the 10 acres they donated. So using that as a basis, for about every 500 kids, we would need a new elementary school. And in Kootenai County, every household has about half a kid. So $500, 1,000 homes, $500,000, you'd have enough at least to acquire some land. That was sort of the thinking, even knowing that if you look at impact fees for other things, even the state of Idaho, if you look at school impact fees in Washington, where they're allowed, and other places, they can be up to $8,000 per bill. I mean, they can be fairly significant. And even if they're at that level, we're not going to be able to build a new school. But acquiring land would be a good thing.
Right.
And it would be sort of equivalent to what, you know, that the big developer of Brookshire, you know, that a lot of small developments could sort of help with that cost. And then as we started this conversation of impact fees, it's also started with Coeur d'Alene schools, Post Falls. It's actually at the state level right now. There's even a possible bill. So we're looking at, well, what's a better methodology of really looking at what costs are? And really what I was doing is probably not that valid, because as we've seen, the cost of land goes up. So obviously my, you know, that, you know, so we started looking at, well, what is our supplemental levy support per student? And if you look at our current supplemental levy divided by 4,700 kids, it is about $2,000 a student. And so if a new student came in, the supplemental levy, with that half again, is about 1,000. So that's where we're looking at. That's where the dollar amounts came from. And then, you know, sort of the letters we've been sending is saying that we'd like, you know, to, you know, we won't actively oppose a development, you know, if you enter into an MOU for a donation, because really it would be like a donation. It's not, we have no enforcement of this type of collection of the impact fees. So you try to have some MOU so that they would donate the money, and of course logistics will get involved. We've never had one come through. So
what do you mean we've never had one?
We've never received a small, this has never happened.
No one's paid us the...
No one has actually paid,
Okay.
no.
Oh.
So.
That's interesting.
Well, and the thing is that if you look how impact fees are paid, I mean, you pay your fees to the county or the permitting agency, to the city of Rathdrum, to get your permit. They don't come in here to get a permit from me.
Right.
So we'd have to set up something where it's sort of on the honor system, where, okay, they've got their approval of the project, they've done stuff, and then they follow with the donation, but there's no, there's a lot to, we'd be really going on the good faith of the developer.
Well, that's what we're doing right now.
Well, correct, if it ever happened. And so what I'm saying is that this is very new waters, and that I think Dr. Meyer and from the community we're getting, you know, pressure to at least make a comment on every development and to ask for something. So this is how we are trying to address that community need. So it could see that, you know, we know that there's an issue and we're trying to do it. This is certainly, there may be a better way to go about it. Legislation may happen. There's quite a bit of discussion. I think finally some at the state level that there's recognition that school construction of facilities is underfunded. But where the solution is, there's nothing concrete.
Maybe I could add a little bit of historical perspective. Many moons ago, when I was superintendent, we encountered the same kind of problems, and we went through a period of fairly rapid growth where we were dealing with developers coming in. And we did, as the district has done in the case of Brookshire, sometimes we negotiated to have land donated. That's how this district acquired the site that you have at Silver Meadows, for example. But over a period of time, what we found was working with big developers is one thing, working with smaller developers is a different issue because they don't have the capacity to give you a chunk of land and still, you know, have an economic way to make their development go forward. So I worked out what I call the mitigation cost at the time, based on elementary schools, junior high schools, and senior high schools, and it was a formula-based system that came to a figure of what it would cost per student to fund an elementary site or an elementary school, junior high, or so on and so forth. And then we used that for the basis, and we actually did negotiate and have some response to that from developers to pay those fees. Then you have to go into the process of, well, how does that happen? You know, it could be on the basis of part of it up front and part of it as the lots are sold, or all of it as the lots are sold. You know, that would be part of the MOU that you would put together. But we do have some historical basis for that. I don't know, Becky, if you ever looked at that. That was in that packet of historical stuff that I gave you a while back. So you might want to take another look at that as a way to move forward with it.
Yeah. Well, I would just like it to be more, well, of course, more equitable for the district, because the way I look at it, you know, $100,000 a lot, when we're looking at land sales and house sales in the $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 range, that's an insignificant percentage of what it would cost to actually educate that child. So, me personally, I mean, I think we need to do something more substantial. I don't really know what that is, but I think taking the steps is beneficial, but I would like it to be something that's more equitable for the district. I don't know that $1,000, I mean, when you're looking at 100 lots, that's $100,000 because it's at $1,000. When you look at the land, at the value of what's being developed in there, that $100,000 off of millions is not really, it just doesn't. I think it's like this.
We're getting nothing though right now.
Right.
And until and unless somebody actually agrees to it and it actually happens, I think that's when we really consider, like, do we change the amount that we're asking for?
But it sounds like people have agreed to it, we just haven't received anything. Because we've issued letters that say, you know, they've agreed to donate, and nobody's upholding their donation.
Well, I think in the last case, the city didn't approve the development, and consequently, it never.
Yeah, we're asking and nothing's coming back. Yeah, nobody's agreed to it.
So we did have, let's say a developer did agree, but it was dependent upon their project moving forward. The city of Rathdrum denied the project moving forward, therefore it's done. There's nothing to go.
Okay, I thought I had seen a couple of letters, not just one.
Yes, we've sent the letters, and so, for example, we sent one up to the city of Athol regarding a development that was real close to the Super One up there, a small subdivision and the same thing, and we sent our comments, and the city of Athol planner wrote back and said that's a unique, or a really good way to look at it, I'll include it in the packet, and which they did, and they approved the project. And the developer never agreed to the MOU, so the project went forward without,
Okay, so you're making this recommendation to the city, not the developer?
I'm making comments to the permitting agency. So either Kootenai County, City of Rathdrum, correct.
Then I misunderstood, because I thought you were actually having conversations with the developer that of our endorsement contingent upon their donation back to the district.
I don't know that that's legal, that sounds like bribery.
Well, I think that's correct, except that the school district and the cities or the county entities have to work together in
Correct.
cooperation and be in sync when that goes forward, because otherwise what happens is if the city approves the thing without making sure that we have final agreement on whatever we've asked for, then the developer's free to go forward with it. So it takes some cooperation and synchronization there to make that work right.
The way it works, when the developer comes forth and he asks for his permits,
Yeah.
every agency that's affected, fire, highway, street, school district, whatever, every agency sends, you know, I can't comment because the development hasn't happened, I can comment because I see this. So I think that's what Brian's referring to, that's the packet that it goes in.
Right.
My other question is I would like to see the letter that we're sending to people, and has legal counsel looked at the letter
I have it
that
in
we're
the,
sending to people?
I know we can certainly run it by her.
Yeah.
All the letters are in the spreadsheet that I share with
Okay.
you each week, so they're linked in there, you can see them.
Okay, I'll look at
Yeah.
that then. And then my other question is, are we asking for a donation and then stating a dollar amount? Are we using those words in conjunction? with
We
the letter?
have said that, I think one of the letters said, and we've tweaked it over the course of we've been trying to work through this new process. We were saying that, you know, we have used $4,500,000 as the amount. We actually got feedback from Leon Deuce, the city administrator. Ratherme says, you know, it would be better if we didn't have a dollar amount. So the most recent ones we've sent, if we haven't talked with the developer and we're making a comment, would be that, you know, that we've been approached by developers and have you know, had conversations about a donation MOU and sort of leave it generic like that. And if the developer was willing to come to an MOU agreement, then we would not oppose the project. I think that's sort of the language. So, and that, I think that's better language.
I think we really need legal counsel to look at it, because I'm not for sure in this instance, but I know in other instances, you cannot legally use the donation language with any tangible good, whether it be dollar, a cup, anything. If it's a donation, it's an open-ended thing. If they gave you $1, they would fulfill the MOU. If you say that donation is $500, that's actually illegal. I know a lot of people do it, but in most instances, I won't say all, in most instances, that's illegal and it cannot be.
I have it on my list.
Yeah, we can look at that. I'm not sure, because I would think that, you know, definitely when we had conversations with Brookshire, I mean, it was very tangible about the donation of what they would, they would do, and as far as acreage and
a lot of people aren't aware, and unless you call the state and say, hey, can I use this language? You know, most people just do it, nobody says anything about it, but I just want to make sure that, because we are growing and we have more people in the, you know, in the area, that's all. I just want us to be careful.
Yeah, I have that on the list.
Well, and we do, because I did pull up the letter, and you do say we are asking developers for a donation of $1,000 per lot. And then further on down here, it says we can support the Lake Landings Division if the developer enters into an MOU with the district and agrees for the $1,000 donation per lot.
Correct, and as I stated, that letter, like a more recent letter, if we looked, we've
This is
tweaked a little bit.
December 8th, it's the last letter that is on the list.
Okay, I think there's ones, or maybe I haven't posted yet, as we've been tweaking. I had a recent one that I know that I sent to Leon.
It's in this week's.
That was more generic.
It's in this week's.
Oh, okay, because I pulled up the one we just got Friday.
Right, so this will be in this Friday's.
Okay.
He just went through it with us on Tuesday. So
okay. Okay, so, well, I guess based on that note, we do need to have some guidance, I guess.
I will be.
Okay, perfect.
Sure.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on to the board training. There was concern, we discussed it at last month's meeting, that we do need to have a board training meeting. There's a cost involved in going through the ISBA. We have some other avenues. Some of them didn't sound overly promising, but we're back to the table. We need to make a decision because we do need to get some training under our belts. So does anybody have any input or comments they'd like to make regarding the board training? Such as what avenue we'd like to go through.
Were the other vendors contacted that you guys talked about in the last meeting? There was a couple other vendors other than ISBA that were talked about. They were contacted.
I contacted one and she asked to speak with somebody. I forwarded that to Chair Thompson and she hadn't gotten back to me yet. The other one was David Brinkman, which
For the superintendents.
and I don't know that
Well, I
was
don't see the document that you sent me from Karen with all of her
it's a tab.
courses.
You mean from Lisa?
So I saw
No, from Karen Woohoo.
Chrissy.
Chrissy Woohoo.
Chrissy.
Yeah, I don't see that on here.
Aren't we supposed to do some training that
I
got
did not
canceled?
attach it.
That was
I sent
for,
it to all the board members.
Clerk's training.
that was for the
Records
records
request.
request, yeah,
Yeah.
and the
Okay.
gentleman had
It says
COVID.
like 3 weeks or something.
That, Chair Thompson, that one was attached to a board at large.
Okay, but it wasn't up here, okay. So Chrissy Lamont had 4-ish programs that she has. There were no prices attached to it because she wanted to talk to us. That always concerns me when people aren't willing to just say this program costs this much and this one costs this much. But that being said, I don't know what you guys want to do. I mean, money is refundable. It's not a taxpayer expense, as I understand it to be. But we do need to make a decision.
Well, the new board members have to have training, and I think it doesn't hurt us to go through again. You know, every time we sit through it, we learn new things, or right.
What do you want to do? You're probably the most needy in the group.
Am I? Is that where we're gonna go?
Ouch.
Wow.
I was to put it that way, but.
I don't care.
I wouldn't say that. We have 2 new board members. I don't think either have sat as a school trustee before, so. And I think it's good for all of us to go through it together.
Yes.
For just the camaraderie and the team building. I mean, I understand Trustee Jones's, whatever you guys wanna do kind of thing. But I don't know which way to go. If you guys wanna sit through ISBA, who's the trainer with ISBA now?
Her name's Lisa, I believe.
She's the PD coordinator,
Oh,
but
she's the
there's
coordinator.
lots of trainers.
Oh, okay.
The one suggestion I did make, to Board Chair Thompson is, one of the trainers has been, that I have worked with at Professional Standards Commission.
Okay.
Her career was an attorney and she was in a board chair role, and so she would be able to, I mean, we haven't had a trustee trainer yet, and I thought
Right.
that might be a great option for us to try if the board was so desired.
Well, and I do think we need to be cognizant of the fact that there is a requirement for trustees, with respect to literacy training. That's a new requirement, and none of us have had it, so.
So we're all illiterate?
Is there
Well, after the
waiver
training,
period?
we'll see.
What's that? Don't you have a waiver period?
It is, the new trustees are the ones that are specifically required to have it, and then we are, the established trustees are required to have it, by 23. 23, okay, 2023.
So is that in one of the options that we?
It's in addition
Can you
to,
tell?
it's in addition to, so we would have, say we chose, roles and responsibilities and norms and protocols. So we would have that, and then we would also have to tack on the literacy portion,
Oh, I see.
which is fine, because it is a requirement, but I do think it would be beneficial for all of us to sit through the literacy requirement, just to understand, what's transitioning in the literacy component for the district.
And you'll get it done a year early, you guys have to check it off your list.
So,
Maybe we all get gold stars.
Yeah.
you know, I know the senior board members here have, you know, been through some training, plus the experience factor that you have. But I'm wondering if it would be appropriate to do the board basics and then the literacy training as two options. And we select option 2, which would be a 6-hour session, which is a lot of sit time, but
I can feed you lunch.
Okay, so you are asking for the board basics, which is a typically 2 to 3 hour session.
right.
And then the literacy component?
If that's a requirement, yeah.
The literacy is a requirement.
It's 1 to 2 hours.
Yeah. And they do specifically state they'd have to be on different days. It wouldn't be run back to back.
That's good.
They wouldn't do them together?
No.
Oh.
Where does it state that?
Somewhere, I don't know if it's on here or
Okay,
other
somewhere,
emails,
okay.
it talked that things would be broken apart.
Okay.
What I'm seeing down below is option 2, pick 2 of the training listed above to be delivered on the same day.
Can't
For a
read
cost of
that.
$35.
So that's on the second attachment, Chair
Oh,
Thompson.
it's
On the
the second.
ISBA,
Oh, okay, gotcha.
professional development.
This was the.
That was good timing, right? That was great timing, thank you.
It wasn't me, I do not have any TikToks open right now at all. My TikToks are off. But I do have some to show you later.
Yes, she does. Okay. Okay. So I guess we would need to find out if the board basics and literacy training, accountability and continuous improvement, could be done on the same day.
Is that different from what you were describing, Becky?
Nope, we could do that with, the only thing I was making a suggestion, and again, it's just, we've tried different trainers, and we've even tried the director of ISBA, and so my only suggestion was, I would love to try a person who's actually been a trustee so that they can speak to you from that role. I just think that would be a great option in my opinion.
Yeah.
And I've worked with her, she's very intelligent, very credible, and very experienced.
So would that be independent of ISBA?
No, she's one of the ISBA trainers.
Oh, okay, so we would.
So we could do this and request her to
Yes.
do this training.
Yeah, that was my only recommendation, because I'd like to try a different role to see if they can.
Sure.
This is
Except
Lisa
David
Durham.
Brinkman was,
No, she's in charge of the PD, but she's not doing the training. This is Annie Ritter, A-N-N-E, I think is her, and then her last name is Ritter, R-I-T-T-E-R. She's one of the trainers. Because several people have approached me to want to be a trainer in our district, and said that's not my decision. Retired superintendents and other people, but I just think she would be very credible, and I think you guys would like her.
David Brinkman was a ex-board trustee, and so was Christina Mark.
She was a clerk.
Oh, was she?
Yeah,
I thought
clerk.
she sat as a trustee too. Okay.
I don't think she was, but I could be mistaken.
Yeah.
I know she was a clerk, but I might not have.
Yeah, I don't know. I just remember she came from a really small district where everybody wore like 10 hats.
Yeah, so she might have been.
So just for clarification, you asked if the board basics and the literacy training could be on the same day?
Yeah, I did. If we're in agreement to just to go with the board basics, or if we want to add, or if we prefer instead of board basics, to do like roles and responsibilities and the literacy training, or which roles and responsibilities is yeah, so I don't know. I mean, it's whatever the consensus is.
I like Bob's idea and just go with option 2 and then we request Andy.
Okay, but the option 2 is picking either board basics, roles and responsibilities, norms and protocols, literacy training. So
and Bob said both the
right.
board basics and the literacy
Right.
training.
Okay.
No, I liked that idea. That's what
okay.
I'm saying. Is
So
that's what
you're in agreement with
yeah.
just doing basics. Okay. Any input, Dick?
I wouldn't mind breaking it up into 2 days, but
Okay.
we can knock it out.
Well, and the struggle I would have with doing those back to back is they are 2 different windows. And so I think it may be more reasonable to do 2 different days, because I know we love spending time together, so
Yeah.
it would be a good
As long as we get lunch every day.
I can do lunch.
Well, and we do also have to be cognizant of those of us that work, so.
Yeah. What would work best for you, is 2 days or 1 day or 2 evenings, or how do we?
1 day, but if we break it up into 2, that's fine. I will work around it.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
That's Kristen.
1 day, I'm with her. Yeah.
Well, and it said that the literacy training, so what I'm thinking is that choosing those 2 wouldn't necessarily be 6 hours, because the board norms, or no, I'm sorry, the literacy training was a little bit shorter of a training when I was reading through the other piece that she sent. The literacy is a 1 to 2 hour training. Whereas the board basics, I guess it didn't say.
It actually goes really fast once you're in there. I mean, there's, at least in my brain it did. It goes fast because you're doing so much and talking about so many things that.
Board basics is a 2 to 3 hours, and the literacy is 1 to 2. So it may not be 6 hours. Whereas if you chose like board basics and roles and responsibilities, you know, that very likely would be 6 hours. Or we can just stretch training, no matter what it is, out to 8 hours and just be ridiculous to do so.
And we could just decide no conversations, no questions.
No
Just let them
tangents,
speak.
no use.
What fun with that?
Blinders.
Okay.
Tunnel vision.
Alright, so it would be, are we in agreement to have Janelle proceed forward with trying to get the board basics and literacy on the calendar?
Yes.
Yes.
In 1 day.
If that's available.
Okay.
If it's not, then we're at their mercy.
Yeah.
Is there timing that works any better for the working individuals?
Yes.
Fridays are easier for you, aren't they?
Fridays are easiest for me.
Okay.
If anything else, I would prefer later in the afternoon. Or I can do bright and early in the morning, so.
Like at 5 or?
Good Lord, no. Bright and early.
Well, I didn't know what.
7, 8, 9.
It is 6 hours.
Okay, if we're going 6 hours, let's start no later than 9, or no earlier than 9.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'll just
I
take a day off.
I would assume we'd look at, 1 session in the morning, 1 session maybe after lunch or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know how soon that can be scheduled. Like I just mentioned, I'm going to be gone the last week of February and the first week of March.
Oh, you had to have that approved like a month ago.
Do I?
Yes. Only because you told me that the first time I asked.
Yeah. The first time she asked, she's like, I need to take time off, and I'm like, for Friday, and I'm like, oh,
You should have gotten that approved, but.
Like, oh, I'm just kidding, it's okay.
Mortified.
It was cute.
Does anybody else have any scheduling challenges?
I'll be gone.
My schedule's always challenged, that's irrelevant.
Week.
Well, if we could be
Oh, you
out
don't
of
need
town.
to be in the state.
Well, one thing I will say is that
I gotta coach my kids.
it did specifically say that the literacy training wasn't available until they get done with the Day on the Hill, which isn't until February 21st and 22nd, and then Trustee Jones is gone the first week, and we're looking at like the second week of March.
Which is when the next board meeting is March 9th. I don't know if that makes a difference.
I'll look into March.
Well, we just wouldn't schedule it on the ninth.
Yeah, that's not scheduled.
That'd be a very long day.
Did you?
24th, 25th, and 26th.
Oh, February.
February, I won't be here.
Okay, so it looks like we're gonna schedule into March at some point after the first week.
Yeah.
And possibly the second week. Okay, then I will see about getting that scheduled.
See what they got.
The K-Tech program tour, is anybody interested in doing that? Yeah, I am.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Jones, are you interested?
The K-Tech tour? Absolutely. I've been there, but I'll gladly go again.
Sweet, okay. So then we would just need to find out what is available to do that, time-wise.
Okay. Do you guys have a day next week that you can do it, or the next week after that, like in the next 2 weeks? What about Wednesday, February 23rd?
Somebody's up.
I'm gone, but that's all right.
Both of them are up.
Oh, yeah, Dave's out as well. He just
No,
said-
I don't leave until Thursday,
Oh, okay.
23rd.
Mm-hmm.
So are we looking
So
at
that's in 2
4?
weeks, so you don't need anything next week?
No, we can wait for.
No, I mean, you don't have anything the week of the 14th through the 18th?
We're doing the irreplaceable parent night there on the 17th.
Okay.
So, and we have a PBIS training. So I think the week,
So the 21st through the 25th works better for your schedule?
yeah, I think for K-Tech.
Okay.
21st is President's Day.
Yeah, so that's thank you. I knew there was something like, why is there nothing on that day? There's something odd, and that's why. Would you like me to send, I just don't want it to fall between the cracks. Would you like me to send out a doodle so we get the best dates and I can?
A doodle?
There's a app, you know, you send a doodle and then people say, these are my.
No idea about that.
Okay, I'll send that. I'll send that.
I like the name, but.
It's how they do the Idaho Office of School Safety and Security. To try to get all the legislators and I'm the superintendent rep, and they send it, there's a lot of people with busy schedules, so they send a doodle and then they fill in, you find the time that the most people can come.
Okay. Sure. Doodle me.
Doodle me?
Once you have the date set, let me know.
Okay. Next item is superintendent next steps. Bobby asked for this to be on the agenda.
Yeah, and I realize the hour is getting long, but this is such a, I think, critical issue that we need to have some discussion about it. And I don't know the exact status. I know that our current superintendent's contract runs out at the end of June, so as of July 1st, we may not have a superintendent.
Okay.
Typically, if we were going to recruit for a new superintendent, we would already be in that mode.
Okay.
Because the field of applicants will dwindle drastically in another couple of months here, because everybody will sign up on their contracts and then they won't be available. So I don't know what the thinking of the board was, if we're going forward with that issue, but I think we need to deal with it somewhere.
I agree, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we just have to figure out, but I think Dr. Meyer's evaluation is coming up also, right, isn't it?
Yeah, well, the evaluation's due June 1.
Okay,
We
that's
typically do it in May, but I mean, because because the majority of our evaluation is based off of the SIP.
Right.
And a lot of that data doesn't come in until May.
Right,
So,
right.
And that may transpire,
Okay.
but that's, to me, that's independent of whether or not we're looking for a new superintendent, I guess.
Okay.
Okay.
Because, and I'm not trying to create an awkward situation for Dr. Meyer, but
Mhm.
I would assume if I were in her position at this point, I would be seeking other employment.
Mhm.
And so I have to assume that she is. I don't know that.
Okay.
But if she is, that means as of July 1st, you know, her office is vacant unless we
Okay.
have somebody ready to step into it. And that, it's a process that's critical for the school district.
I agree.
And it takes a fairly lengthy time in order to go through all of that process, obviously.
Okay.
Okay, so that's something we need, an executive session for, because we can't sit in the public and
Okay.
line out her career, with the district. So I guess we need to do that quickly then. Is that your feeling on it?
I see the need to move forward with a process different
Okay.
from a personnel issue.
Okay.
Because you've already dealt with the personnel issue in the past. So the process going forward, will be obviously advertising or making a decision. You have some options, I think, partly because of the timing here. If time runs out and the pool of applicants is going to be very small and we feel like, we're not in a good position to recruit, you may want to look at an interim situation.
Mhm.
That's another option, but, I think we need to figure that out, I think, fairly quickly here.
I agree.
Okay. I agree as well. So would your recommendation be that we start advertising now, or entertain further discussion on this? I'm not. I mean, I hear
think
you
the board
saying we
needs to
need
be together on,
Correct.
which direction we're going to
Okay.
take. And I am suggesting that we're behind the curve with respect to recruiting
Okay.
for a new superintendent. It's not impossible.
Right.
To do at this point, but we have to move fairly quickly to do the advertising and, get the applications in and go through the winnowing process and go through the interview process. And the interview process for superintendents usually is pretty involved.
Right.
With not only the board, but with other staff within the district and sometimes patrons even. But the board decides what that process is and how to move forward with it. So.
Okay, then as a board, what do we want the process to look like?
Well, there again, I think we need an executive session because to me it sounds like we're already making a decision and there's been no discussion. I think we need an executive session to figure out what the decision is.
Okay.
I mean, if that's what I'm hearing, is that we don't need to wait for a review or evaluation, that we need to make something prior to that.
Right, which
And
I don't understand, but.
Yeah, well, and that's
Yeah.
why I say I don't think that we can't sit here and discuss the personnel in the public, so. We need to schedule an executive session, I guess, for, next week. This week, what is today's Wednesday?
Today's Wednesday.
Yeah.
Well, does anyone have any complications with coming next week for an executive session to discuss this and decide how to move forward, given that we haven't even given the superintendent her evaluation or any of that measure? Because it's my understanding you offer the extension based off of performance. So that's, or not an extension, you would offer a new contract based off of performance.
Well, as a scenario, let's supposing you followed that. and then that evaluation isn't done until May,
Mm-hmm.
and then you make a determination not to renew.
Right.
Now you're way after the fact.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's typically the case if the contract rolls. You're now not on your rolling contract anymore. And so there's no, like Bob said, there's no window here
Okay.
for candidates. If that's the route you're gonna choose, and there's no window for Dr. Meyer here either.
Okay.
There has to be some sort of fairness. And so I would say, you know, the sooner the better that you guys, you know, for your executive session.
Okay. What is available next week?
Next week, we have, for the boardroom, we have, Monday is pretty much wide open. We have Wednesday morning. We have Thursday midday. And Friday's kinda hit and miss depending on what kind of time frame you're
Will we be
thinking of
looking
me.
for an evening?
Oh, for an evening?
Mhm.
So Tuesday evening, Wednesday evening, or Friday evening.
Would Tuesday evening work for you all?
Yeah.
Trustee Gibson?
Yes, that'll be fine.
Okay, let's set a meeting for Tuesday the 15th.
Okay, I can, it's available as early as 4.
We'll do 5:30.
Okay. And for how long a time frame would you estimate?
How long do you think, Bob?
Hour?
5:30.
No, do you think we should run it for 1 hour, 2 hours? I mean, we could always run it for 4 and early.
Heaven forbid. What I was gonna suggest, because tonight is kind of drug on, that maybe the other discussion item be, for that work session as well.
Well, it wouldn't be a work session, it would be an executive session.
Well, the entire meeting wouldn't have to be executive session.
Okay, so you want to move the readdress to the
plant facility
15th?
thing, yeah.
Yeah, readdress the future plant facility
Yeah,
levy
yeah.
to the 15th?
Yeah.
Okay,
Is that okay?
yeah, sure. We can just come out of executive session and
Yeah.
chat about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
we'll
do
plan.
2 hours? An hour for executive and an hour for,
Hopefully.
Yeah, well, yeah. How long did you schedule this meeting for?
this meeting, I think we went till, I think 8:30 or 9.
Okay, so we're over, so, all right, 2 hours. And hopefully we won't go over.
I would rather do it, the executive session after we discuss the plant facility levy,
Okay.
rather than the other way around.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
A work session, and then exec.
Well, I don't think it's a work session, is it? It's the board discussing.
Yeah.
We're just having a meeting.
Right, we're just having a meeting, so it would
Just a
just be
special
a
meeting,
discussion.
special meeting, yeah.
So it's, yeah, it's a special meeting, not a work session.
Special meeting with the executive session.
Yes. And then, the rescheduling of the public records training, do we know what is being offered?
No, he just asked me to move it into next month and to give him
Okay. So to move it into March? Anybody have any dates they can't attend a training in the month of March?
Just
Other
the-
than the
that
first week,
yeah.
right?
It'll be about an
No,
hour.
I'm fine, I'll make it, whatever
Okay.
it is.
So I would
Yeah,
suggest
anytime.
any day would be fine? Okay,
Okay.
so aside from the first week of March, and not on the 9th of March, Any other day in the evening, preferably after 5:30 or at 5:30,
Okay.
is available at that time. All right. Do we have any input for future agenda items?
What was that? Sorry, go ahead.
You go first.
I was talking to Matt. Did we replace the bleachers at Timberlake or something like that?
No.
Was there something about that, replacing them?
Well, the bleachers at Timberlake High School do need to be replaced.
Right.
What's come out in discussion is that we've never seen that needing to be done.
Right.
And when I did tour the school, Mr. Eberlin did state that they are beyond repair now. I mean, there's no more welding that can be done
Right.
to keep them fixed. And it was just a point of discussion that, you know, it's never been brought to replace them for us. I know it was discussed that the high school in and of itself kind of brings to Dr. Meyer, if I recall the process, things that they want to see happen. So it was just trying to understand, why aren't we replacing these bleachers that need to be replaced? And
They're bad.
Well,
They're
I was gonna
bad
say,
way.
Lakelands and the old gym are way older than that school's. And they're a death trap. And I was talking to Matt Staff.
wait, are you talking about the ones in the old gym or the new gym?
Yeah, the old gym, you can't even pull them out, you can't even push them
The
in
ones
there.
we saw on the tour.
Right, that were all tweaked.
Yeah.
Right.
They're
And
pretty bad.
Lakeland middle schools are even older than that.
So I think there was like a bid for like $60,000 to put new bleachers in there.
60,000, that'd be a great deal.
Well, we were just talking and, they barely use the upper deck bleachers. I mean, I've seen them come out maybe once a year.
Who are they?
The school.
You're
Or
confusing me.
the bleachers come out,
I know, are you talking about Lakeland or Timberlake?
Lakeland.
Okay.
And, I think we were talking about it one year and like taking those bleachers upstairs that barely get used. And I've only seen them used once or twice at district tournaments, big district tournaments, but somehow tearing those down and putting them in the old gym.
So
And
that's
that's way cheaper. I think it was like $6,000 compared to $60,000.
Okay, so Lakeland got a bid
Yeah.
for $60,000.
Yeah, but
Timberlake has had no bid.
Right.
Okay.
This was years ago too, so I don't even know what it is. We were just talking because they're
Gotcha.
a death trap, and I've been on them too, and I thought I was gonna go through them. And they're the
Okay.
same ones when I went to high school there.
So do you want to add to the discussion?
Yeah, pretty old, older than you.
Do you want to add to the discussion items for another meeting, for the next meeting?
Sure.
To discuss the bleachers at Lakeland
Yeah, and Timberlake.
and Timberlake? Okay, so can you add that to the agenda for Tuesday? However, wherever you add it.
Hate to see somebody fall through and then we're really in trouble.
Oh, I agree. Okay.
Before we end, Chair
This
Thompson?
stick. My stick is not out.
Before
I
we
don't want
end,
it. It's okay, go ahead.
I don't see anywhere on the action, and we're in there was supposed to be an approval for the operational plan for the parent, and it's nowhere on the agenda.
You're right, it was supposed to be on here and it is not.
So I'm not sure if you want to address that when you're meeting next week, and I can just let the parents know if that.
Yeah, we can go ahead and add that to next Tuesday's meeting, an action item for approval of the modifications to the Lakeland Joint School District Operating Plan.
And then 2 items that have been hanging out there, just the audit firm, there was a discussion, I don't think you guys were here yet, but the audit form about, do we need to do an RFQ? I know the time is coming sensitive about if we're going to be doing a request for qualifications for audit, for proposals, that needs to be soon.
Okay.
So that would be something the board needs to talk about, and then also, CFO Wallace and Director Ferriola, Facilities Director Ferriola, brought the capital projects list, which was not approved. We're really getting into a tight timeline for summer projects, and with restrictions on the supply chain and how busy contractors are. I just really would encourage the board to, I know there's been some talk about a workshop versus discussion versus having that, so I just feel like we're gonna really lose out on some ability for some summer projects that we were counting on if the board doesn't
Kind of
finish that.
ties into the other discussion, the plant facility discussion, so if you wanna, bring that up, next week, I think that would be appropriate.
Okay, yeah, well, discussing the capital projects isn't the same as approving it. Which it sounds like what you're saying is we need to approve
Need
the
some
list.
approvals.
Or make changes to it if you'd rather. CFO Wallace brought the list and then he had some crossed out and showing you an amount.
Yeah,
Correct, but
I was gonna say, what confused me was I wasn't sure which was actually being recommended. After the crossouts, were the top ones then being recommended?
I think it was before you got here, correct me if I'm wrong, CFO Wallace, but he had, he and Director Ferriola had brought the list.
Right.
And that entire list was to use up the rest of the plant facility levy money.
Right.
The board I think they tabled it or they did not approve it.
it wasn't up for approval, it was something he brought. It was part of it was in the December meeting. And then, or wait, maybe
we had it last
November.
month.
It was,
yeah.
I know, but it was because I had said, I would like to see what other projects the district needs to have or that need to be accomplished, because we don't know. And I had explained, we have gotten a spreadsheet and it's a little challenging when you have to wade through every single school to try and figure out where they are on the roof or where they are on this. It's not clear what school needs to have happen what next. And the board is supposed to be deciding what projects are we entering into. When the board doesn't know and we're just given a list, it's kind of hard to approve something when you don't have all the information. So what I had asked for was for an understanding of all the projects, and what I received at the last meeting was, here's the capital list, and then here we struck these out. We don't have to do these ones. But that doesn't fulfill the element of what are the other projects that are laying out there that we need to determine if they're a higher priority than what we're going after here.
Like,
so that piece has never been presented.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying.
I maybe mistakenly made the assumption that list was a hierarchy of recommendation, from top to bottom. If that's not the case,
No, I think you're correct. I think what Board Chair Thompson is saying, she didn't want the hierarchy of what was decided. She wanted the full list because there are other projects and she wanted, I think what I hear her saying is she wanted to see the full list so that the board would decide the hierarchy and not
more than what was on the list we saw last month. Oh, okay.
Well, because things were lined out and we were said, okay, so now you have $763,000 additional dollars.
A couple of things. Ryan, you have a matrix on re-roofing project.
Correct.
Right. So maybe for next week we could take a look at that.
Yeah, and the roofing, I think we're good with the projects. I think what Trustee Thompson was talking about was really to say, in another format and get some dollars to it, what's your overall deferred maintenance list for the district? And that's something Mr. Ferriola can do. We just did the building walkthrough with Architects West, and the BCF scores they're helping us with the update on this. So really we have a lot of that information. We don't have current prices, and it's always a moving target, but I need to sit down with Mike and spend some time to go through each system of each building and sort of, rate the HVAC and say estimated cost to do sort of this would be this, and get the whole list, and then certainly the board could go with there. The list we had was we sort of taken some of the information we just know out there because we live it every day, and we sort of filtered saying it, we think these would be good projects to finish out the plant facility. If for more information, we can certainly provide that, and we'll work towards that. It's just going to take a little time.
Can I give one example that I think I do believe the bleachers and other issues need to be discussed, they're kind of bigger ticket items. But specifically like the paving, it's not repaving, the ceiling and restriping. If we don't get that done and that's on the list and we already have a schedule, like this is what we need to do for the parking lots, this is the next 2 parking lots we need to do, that was on the list. I guess I would like that discussion to be like, okay, let's agree that those can continue, those projects, but then the board has a bigger picture discussion of the bigger projects such as the bleachers, boilers.
Right.
Yeah, that's really what I'm asking, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. And we know it can't be out there sealing and striping in snow.
Right, exactly. So that's really kind of what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, and it's much easier to do it in the summertime when there aren't teachers and students in the parking
Right.
lots.
Well, correct. Well, the timing of that is that if we don't sign a contract now, they won't be available later.
Yeah.
That's why I'm bringing it up.
Time is really short, and maybe you can't do it, but the spreadsheets that you have on each building for the 10-year maintenance plan, which I've seen, can you incorporate into those the information that you're now working on as far as projects are concerned by building?
Yeah, and that's what we were going to do, but I mean, you sort of start looking if we're going to, yes. But for example, if we really want to look at a deferred maintenance list, just for example, Betty Kiefer Elementary, all the furnaces in that building are original from 1994. So they're almost 30-year-old units. They're been maintained, and more than a residential unit because of all that, and they work, but we know at some point that will hit us. So, if we're going to start looking at the heating of each building, if we're going to start looking at the flooring of each building, and we're going to start looking at, the bleachers of each building, the elementary bleachers at Betty Kiefer aren't great. Obviously they don't use them as much as the high school for sure, so I would have less of a priority. Anyway, as we get into all those systems, at least maybe I'm missing the boat. I'm getting the feedback the board would like to sort of see the global picture. And so for us to sort of put that in a way that can be easily distilled and filtered is just going to take us a little time. Because a lot of, Trustee Jones, that we have is that when Mike and I look at some of these projects and we just go, yeah, it's sort of a higher priority. That's what we do first. Some of it we haven't been super formal with, and that's something we just need to do.
Yeah. Well, it's all part and parcel to this whole discussion around, maintenance and facilities levies and how do you establish enough funding to deal with all these issues. Some of these are deferred maintenance issues for whatever reason, either the district didn't have the resources or you went through a couple of years where there virtually weren't any resources, for some of these things, so you get behind a little bit and then you got to try to figure out ways to catch up and so forth. So, to get a global picture is difficult without doubt.
Well, what was presented at last month's meeting was, here's what we're giving you, here's things we can cross off, and you have $763,000. Okay, what is that? What should that be spent on? We don't know. And if we're supposed to be making this decision, or these decisions, we need to have the information, is all I'm getting at. So it doesn't, there's no benefit to crossing items off the list and saying here, when you don't know what else needs to be accomplished because you haven't been given all the information.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I would have the confidence that, the people who are on the ground every day have some strong feeling about what the real priority issues are. Now, we may have a difference of opinion about some of that, obviously, but, I would give them the benefit of the doubt, at least for the majority of those items, that in order to get them contracted for the coming season, we need to do it. Because I know exactly what happens is if you don't do that, pretty soon the contractor's not available. Or he treats you as a gravy train and you get a price that's 40% higher because he can do that in order to get the contract because nobody else is going to bid on it because they have too much work. That's the environment that we're in right now.
No, I hear you, and it's not that I don't trust the people that are bringing it forward. But when you go around and you tour these schools and you see obvious concerns,
Right.
and then, you know, for example, because we did have the discussion on the $150,000 keyless entry. And so I asked Dr. Meyer, how did this come to be? Because I didn't even know we were thinking about it, and now all of a sudden it's here. And she mentioned to me that Brian brought it to her that we need to do this. So to me, the frustration is, well, what are all the other projects that maybe should have been accomplished? I mean, how is this becoming a higher priority than the liability of faulty bleachers? That's all I'm trying to understand. And when I'm not given the information and not given the rationales that seem reasonable, that's why I'm asking, what are all the projects? You're telling me you can cut this list down and give $763,000 back. You know, the documents that you just recently shared, we're supposed to be allocating 2% per statute for deferred maintenance and repair. I don't know if we've been doing that because I don't quite see it on the budget, but you know, I'm still learning. There's this job requires the ability to learn all the time.
Yeah, right.
So that's why I was just simply asking, I'd like to see what is out there, because by law, this board is supposed to be directing where the taxpayer dollars are being spent to maintain these buildings. And it's just a little frustrating. So that's what started this whole thing, because I did talk to Mike, and Mike had some great input, suggestions, and so I'm trying to understand where we're all sitting on this plate. So that's what that is.
And he's been here a long time, and he has
Mhm.
the best perspective out
He
of anyone
does.
about, so everyone has their like kind of blinders on for their area. or
Yeah,
their
and he's
school.
got this.
He's got the big perspective, so
Yeah.
that's definitely true.
So that being said,
Yes.
Good discussion for next week.
let's revisit this discussion next week. However, what I think I heard you say is you would like us to approve the capitals project.
Well, at
So
least
that
the
if-
smaller ones, such i.e., because I know
Okay.
CFO Wallace and Director, they were concerned about the resurfacing project for
All right.
sure.
So then if we can put an action item on there, with respect to the capitals projects, I guess we can look at it and go from there. All right, with that being said, we have any other future agenda items?
Well, I think we
That's where
need
we
more
were.
meetings. Well, because here's what came out of this meeting. Funding reports, which mean we have to have policy changes and understand what these reports are. We need a general financial discussion on what we want and what we want to see. We have the privacy policy issue. We have a treasury discussion. We have this RFQ for audit. We have all these capital projects. We have, I mean, and
Hey, but this is a normal business meeting. Board meeting time.
well, I just think that and now we're making this what started to be just and I have no problem with that, but I just think that we probably should really look at what the need is. I mean, I appreciate the one meeting a month thing, believe me, I'm all for that, but I just don't know. Especially everything that's coming up, New Year, the budget, the capital projects thing, now we have the superintendent thing, I mean, we just have all this stuff that, I
Long
think-
Range Facility Planning Committee.
Right.
This needs to be a subcommittee, it needs to start because of the discussion we had about we're doing that bridge and we're not running the plant facility levy. Which ties right into the capital projects and the plant facility and a bond and the prior discussion, and that's a big discussion item.
Yeah, so maybe we can talk at that, at next week's meeting
Okay,
about that.
we'll talk on Tuesday about mapping those, keep your list. Don't lose it.
No, I won't.
Otherwise you can go listen to the recording and find it.
Yeah.
Don't let somebody fetch it. Yeah.
Just so that I understand everything that's going on next week's meeting.
So the operational plan update is an action item, the capital projects list is an action item. We're gonna have a discussion around the plant facility levy, and then we're also going to have executive session.
That is correct.
Should we put an action item for the plant facility levy on next week's meeting?
Wouldn't hurt.
Okay.
So
We can always
some
table it if we
discussion?
don't want it, yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, we can do both, but yeah, I think it needs to be an action item.
You can do the discussion, and then after the discussion, you can have the action item regarding the plant facility on there. We can have action items all throughout the agenda. It's okay to do that.
Got it.
Great.
Can you put the treasurer on there for discussion? I mean, if we come across something in the meantime, at least we won't be hampered from saying something that, you know.
True. Very true.
Okay, so treasurer actions and the plant facility has action as well. Okay.
And then I have links to all the documents I could find. I believe it's the one that Trustee Jones was representing regarding the roofing matrix, and then the facilities upgrade and replacement schedule, and I'm not sure if there's any other one or if those are outside of the document that CFO Wallace shared at the last meeting. Okay, I think we can make heads or tails out of all of it if we look at that.
Okay.
Good. Yeah.
If you would like that added, if you could just forward me the
Yep.
links.
And I am gonna ask, Facilities Director Ferriola if there's additional items that CFO Wallace started to talk about, how they were
Okay.
prioritized.
Right.
Because he does have kind of a master list.
Yes.
That has like this HVAC and this is fire system and this, I mean, there's, things.
Well, I don't remember the other gentleman's name, but he showed me what he created, which was a pretty cool.
David Hill.
Yes.
The PM.
Yes.
Preventative maintenance.
Yeah. He's got his running list with belts, and I mean, it was fascinating to see that how much dedication and time he's put in to make sure that the preventative maintenance schedules are maintained and easy to
Who's
follow.
this?
David Hill,
He's our preventative maintenance.
All right, that being said, meeting is adjourned.
Do I have to make a motion to go to adjourn?
No.
Oh, you didn't?
We're done.
We're adjourned and declared.
At K-Tech, you have to have a motion to adjourn.
No.
No, I know, I'm just saying at K-Tech we have to.
Okay.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, you have to wait for somebody to make a motion.
I second it.
I move. I move